Okay, it should be up now, but we're back on the old way of streaming, not the new way of streaming, because for some stupid reason, YouTube is being dumb with their RTMPS protocol. I don't know. I don't think I did anything wrong. I read all the instructions, and it should have worked, and I was able to stream for like 5 seconds for some weird reason. I don't know why. But everybody should be able to watch now. Now it has concurrent viewers, so now we're back to normal. How's the audio sound? But everybody should be able to watch now. Okay. Well, there aren't that many instructions though. This is kind of like the Wild West. There's like not a whole lot of I don't understand. So I guess what I'll explain. Let me just explain it real quick. What was going on, and I'll probably have to figure this out later. I knew I should have done a test stream like earlier, but I just didn't have time. So let me just go straight to Paint real quick to show you guys what was going on. So that was very professional. Okay, anyway, so the problem is if you want to stream an AV1, which YouTube supposedly supports, now what I probably should have done, I should have tried to stream in H.265 while keeping RTMPS. So old school streaming uses, I think everybody that's familiar with the streaming world to some degree knows about H.264, also known as AVC. I think we've talked about this many times. That's not the problem. So there's also H.265, which is HEVC. Oh, now all the chat's just coming in continuously all of a sudden. All right, hold on. Yeah. So now it's working. One thing I noticed though is when I stream using HLS, the chat tends to queue up in a big chunk and then like all the messages show up on screen like all at once, which that's why I kind of don't like HLS for that reason. And then of course there's AV1. So the problem that I was running into, well, I think I know what the problem is. I'm not 100% sure, but I think the problem is, so when you stream to YouTube, YouTube supports something called RTMP, Real Time Messaging Protocol. I didn't expect to have to explain all of this, but this is what was going on behind the scenes, for those wondering. Why no one could watch even though the stream was actually active. Then there is something called HLS, which is a newer technology called HTTP something, I don't know what the L stands for. I have to look it up real quick. Live streaming, of course. Of course the L would stand for live. So RTMP is the way that it works on Twitch. So if you stream to Twitch, you're using RTMP, and RTMP for the longest time supports AVC. So H.264, that's all you got if you're on Twitch. There's no other options. So HLS is newer, and that supports well, it also supports AVC, but it also supports HEVC. And up until, so prior to the 7900 XT, I used to always stream using AVC, or H.264. But ever since I got the 7900 XT, I learned that YouTube supports HLS, HTTP live streaming, which then I can take advantage of HEVC, because HEVC looks a lot better than AVC. So it kind of sidesteps the fact that if you compare AMD and NVIDIA's GPU encoders for live streaming, when it comes to AVC, NVIDIA looks better when we're talking AVC. But if you switch to HEVC, then AMD is better. So by being able to leverage HLS and then giving me access to HEVC, I'm able to get really good looking streams using an AMD GPU encoder as opposed to doing like old school CPU encoding or streaming in AVC. So recently, YouTube rolled out support for something called RTMPS, which is real-time messaging protocol secure. So it's the secure one. This is supposed to be the better one, the newer one. So this one adds support for HEVC and AV1. So if you want to stream to YouTube using AV1, you have to use RTMPS. So I thought, okay, all I gotta do is go in OBS and change my HLS to RTMPS, and then go in YouTube and set up the stream and set the stream key for RTMPS. So I did all of that, but for some reason no one could watch me. Like, for some reason no one was able to see anything, including myself. So and the funny thing is, like, OBS said I'm sending my stream up into the cloud, up to YouTube somewhere, and YouTube's saying excellent connection, yet it won't let me go live. So no one was able to watch. I don't know what the problem is. There's some kind of problem with either I needed to just simply restart OBS, or I'm not doing something correct on the YouTube page, but I don't think that's the case. I probably need to... What I probably should have done was create a new stream as opposed to reuse an old one and then modify the settings, which is probably what I'll have to play around with next time. So unfortunately, this is not an AV1 stream. For those that were hoping that we were going to be broadcasting an AV1, this is HEVC. But from my own internal testing, when it comes to quality and file size, AV1 and HEVC are actually very similar in terms of file size. So I guess the only real advantage of AV1 is smaller file sizes, because I don't really see the appeal. Like, if I understand the licensing, because HEVC has a lot of licensing fees associated with it apparently, but you know, like, I've never had to deal with that. And it's like, I record videos for the channel using HEVC, and then I'll edit the footage in DaVinci Resolve, then I'll upload it to YouTube, and I've never run into any kind of weird, like, licensing requirements. So I guess either the end user doesn't run into the problem because YouTube is footing the bill for the licensing to be able to transcode HEVC video, and then likewise DaVinci Resolve probably, like, Blackmagic Design probably bought the I guess the bulk licensing or whatever to use it in their software. So I'm guessing that's what the story is on H.265 and why we never really saw widespread adoption of it. But AV1's supposed to essentially do away with the licensing stuff, so I guess it's better in that regard. Well, I mean, it is better in that regard, but in terms of the quality of the video, I don't really... Well, we'll see. I still am going to do that video where I'm going to do, like, side-by-side comparisons between H.264, H.265, and AV1. Because I know a lot of people have been talking about AV1. Like, a lot of people have been watching my content since Intel Arc launched have been interested in AV1, because I think that was a big selling point of the Intel GPU from the start. And I do feel like Intel has done the most... They have done the most in terms of working with third-party developers to add AV1 support into their applications. All right, when am I going to continue the playthrough of Hogwarts? Soon. Well, the next stream probably will be Hogwarts Legacy. It might actually be later this stream. We'll see. Depending on what the chat wants to talk about. But I think we were going to talk about some of the news. Today is the RTX 4070 launch, so I think that's kind of the biggest topic on my mind. And then we might do some, like, example mid-range builds for people that are looking at getting a 4070, assuming they want to spend $600 on a 12GB card. They're spending almost double to get AV1 encoding versus getting, like, an Intel Arc graphics card, though. But again, you know, different performance tier, so it's a completely different target audience. Different price points, everything. But I think that's kind of the main thing is, if you're looking at getting a 4070, honestly, there's only two things that it has going for it. One of them is the power efficiency. The other is the AV1 encoder. And that's literally it. That's the only two things. Okay, and then I guess, yeah, the RT, the ray tracing is better, but honestly, at that performance tier, ray tracing won't matter much because you're going to end up being VRAM limited and rasterization limited before RT even actually matters at that performance level. Especially like a year from now. So that's why if you're wanting to buy a 4070, you should not, I mean, ray tracing should be like one of the lower priorities. The reason why you'd want to buy that graphics card over like a discounted 6950 XT is really for the energy efficiency and the AV1 encoder, and probably the third thing would be the fact that it has it's a newer generation, so in terms of like you're much safer in terms of long-term driver support and that sort of thing compared to if you had an older NVIDIA card. However, NVIDIA does tend to support their cards pretty long. Like I feel like you shouldn't worry about. Oh, is this too loud? This is probably too loud. The game audio is probably too loud. Let me turn that down. There. I don't know. You guys tell me. What do you guys think about? What's your impression of the RTX 4070? It performed where I expected, but I'm curious to know what other people think of it. Is anybody in the chat or any viewers out there considering getting one? I guess that might be the correct question that I should ask. Or it's launch day, so did anybody out there already go and get one? If it was on your radar, disappointed with price to ratio compared to last gen? Yeah, considering it's a $100 upcharge from last gen, you know, in terms of MSRP, $500 for the 3070, $600 for the 4070. And the performance is like a 3080, essentially. So it's like 3080's MSRP was $700, but realistically, nobody ever paid $700 for a 3080, I should say. Like, most people overpaid. Unless you were really lucky and you got a 3080 on launch day back in 2020, you either ended up paying a scalper or you bought a pre-build and then you overpaid because you had to buy the whole system, or you had to wait forever and then you ended up getting one like late last year, and even then they weren't at MSRP. So you still ended up overpaying for a 3080. So that's the reason why it's like, realistically, the 3080 in my mind was always like a $750 to $800 graphics card. So it's when you put it that way, it's like you're getting essentially that kind of performance for $600, and then you're also getting newer RT cores, so you're getting better ray tracing performance, and you're getting way better energy efficiency, way less power, like 215 watts or so, as opposed to like 320 watts. So you do like the power efficiency, but you're fine with the RX 480. RX 480 is still good, though. RX 480 is still good at 1080p, because that 8GB, as long as you have an 8GB RX 480, not a 4GB RX 480, because I know those do exist. If you have an 8GB 480, you're still pretty much okay. Like, you just can't go to 1440p or 4K. $1,100 for the third. Yeah, see, realistically, that's what most people paid, Joey. Like, in fact, most people paid more than that. Most people paid around $1,500. The range was $1,500 to $1,800 for the RTX 3080. The average, like, if you were to look at, it would be very interesting to find those kind of metrics. Like, over the course of the 3080's entire lifespan, the average price paid, I want to say, is around around right around $1,600 to $1,700. Basically, the amount of money that you'd have to spend on a RTX 4090 today is what most people who bought a 4080 paid back in 2021, because that was the year that that most people wanted one. That was when it was most desirable, and that was when it was hardest to get one. Because when you think about it, like 2022, the first half of 2022 was just as bad as 2021. But the second half, the prices started falling. However, in the second half, that was when the 40 series was being leaked. People started waiting. People decided to skip the 30 series. See, so that's the reason why, even though it became more affordable, less people actually desired it at the end of its lifespan. You have a 4090 Supreme? Yeah, I know. I call it the Supreme. I don't know how it's supposed to be pronounced. But I don't think it's supposed to be pronounced Supreme. If MSI wants you to say Supreme, then someone at MSI really needs to go back to first grade spelling class. Because that's not how you spell Supreme. Just saying, that's not how you spell Supreme. Last I checked, there was an E at the end. That pronunciation is perfect. Supreme. The Supreme. I mean, ever since I saw that, that's how I've always said it. Like, I don't know if that's the right way to say it. No one ever told me how it's supposed to be pronounced. I don't think I've ever heard anybody from MSI pronounce it. Spelling for that is 6th grade? No, we did spelling classes in 1st grade. I think wasn't spelling like 1st, 2nd, and 3rd? Well, okay, Supreme is kind of it's a more advanced word. Because it's first of all, it's an adjective, but it's not a word that like a 1st grader would know. So yeah, I guess you might be right. Like, I can't see a 1st grader using the word supreme, let alone supreme. So, yeah, I guess you're right. I don't know. So my first reaction to the 4070 when I saw the reviews yesterday was it landed, in terms of the rasterization, it landed exactly where I expected it to land. I think MetPrism and me both expected it to be right around 3080, 60, somewhere around like the trifacto of 3080, 6800, and 6800 XT or 6900 XT. Like somewhere in that kind of triangle of those three cards. In that ballpark of those three cards is where I kind of expected it to fall, and it landed like perfectly. So, NVIDIA going back to TSMC, that shows their energy efficiency. This is the card that really does showcase the efficiency of Ada versus Ampere and the Samsung node that they were on previously. Would be great in a small form factor build. See, the thing that what I like about it are the things that I just said earlier. Like, I like the energy efficiency. I like that it has AV1 encoding, and it is far more affordable than the prior Ada cards that launched, like, before it. The things I don't like about it, 12 gigabytes of VRAM, that's not going to age well. But I think in terms of its positioning as a 1440p card, what do these people want me to do? Like, is this over? Please visit again tomorrow. What? What do these guys want me to do? Wait until... Oh. What? What I don't like about it is the 12 gigabytes is... is it really the 12 gigabytes? I think what I don't like about it the most is the 192-bit bus. That's probably the thing that I think is the... That's probably going to be a bigger problem long term. Because I wouldn't be surprised if 3 years from now, the 3080 kind of holds up better than the 4070, just because the 3080 has a wider memory bus. And, you know, okay, if we're talking about like 12 gig 3080 versus the standard 4070, how are they going to age relative to each other? One of them has a wider memory bus. Now, and the fact that they cut the core count on the CUDA core count is cut so much on the 4070. Well, actually, it's not cut. It's just, there's nothing different about it. It's basically 3070's CUDA core count with the newer architecture. It's like, I guess that's okay. The problem is it's a 60 Ti GPU in terms of raw shaders compared to 3070 Ti. Oh, is it less shaders than 3070? I thought it was the same amount. I thought 3070 and 4070 were identical. I thought the memory bus was smaller though. Or actually, no, wait. Yeah, it wasn't... Man, Ampere was so weird. Ampere was so weird because they had like... The 104 die was its own, like... There was like one GPU, I think it was 3070 Ti was its own thing, and like everything else was smaller. Like wasn't 3070 and 3060 Ti the same thing? And then 3060 was something smaller. 3050 was something even smaller. Then there was 4070. No, 3070 Ti was the same, was a cut down 3080. Or maybe I have that backwards. I don't know. Maybe 3080 Ti was a cut down. Or was the full... I don't remember. I have to look at it. Ampere was so confusing. But this Ada stuff is probably even just as confusing. It has the same, but less ROPS. Okay, it has less ROPS. See, so it has less ROPS than a 3080. It has a smaller memory bus than a 3080. So I kind of think the 3080 might... Because NVIDIA always does this sort of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, NVIDIA always makes like a 70 class card better than the previous like 80 Ti at launch. But then it's like the 80 Ti of the previous generation always somehow manages to age better because it just kind of brute forces its way through. Like, the best example I can give you, the 1080 Ti. The 1080 Ti was weaker than the... Well, okay, maybe that's a bad example because it was actually not weaker than the 2070. But you get what I'm saying. Like, the 980 Ti was weaker than a 1070, but then over time, it's like the 1070 got ever so slightly weaker and weaker, and then the 980 Ti just kind of stayed as it was, like its entire lifespan. So, I don't know. It's something like that. It's kind of like that. Or the... Well, NVIDIA really just kind of abandoned Kepler. I was going to use another example. I was going to use the example of 780 Ti versus GTX 970. But NVIDIA literally, like, abandoned Kepler. Like, it was, like some parent that abandons their child or something. Like, it was so terrible for those that bought in to the GTX 700 series. Just to see the 700 series... literally just fall apart over, like, the last... Like, basically, when the 900 series came out, 780 Ti was never mentioned. Like, no one ever talked about it. People pretended that it never existed. They just kind of canceled it. People, I remember, NVIDIA fanboys literally canceled the 780 Ti in favor of the 970 for some reason. And then NVIDIA, in all their infinite wisdom and all their divine power, made the 970 more powerful than a 780 Ti. But then, over time, like, it's hard to say, because 780 Ti was so mistreated and so abused by NVIDIA. Like, no driver improvements, no nothing, basically. Like, once Maxwell came out, Kepler was like the abandoned child. Fermi was also abandoned. Like GTX 480, GTX 580. Do you guys remember those, the George Foreman grill memes? Like back in the day of the GTX 480? Like they made so much fun of the GTX 480 at launch. But it was so, like, I guess NVIDIA just wanted to shy away from it. Because of all the, like, George Foreman grill memes. Alright, I think we're done with Genshin Impact, aren't we? I did my Spiral Abyss runs yesterday, and I ran out of time on the very final chamber. I did 12-2, and went into 12-3, but 12-3 has that stupid level 100 monster that, it's basically this thing. For those that play Genshin, in Spiral Abyss 12-3 has the stupid, what is this thing? The Setek, I don't know how to pronounce that. It has this stupid thing at level 100. This thing just kept like jumping up and burrowing in the ground and hiding away from me in the ground. And the timer was just ticking down to 0. And I'm like, are you serious? And then I just ran out of time. I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing this. So basically we're done with Genshin for now. So now it's on to Paint and the news. So let's transition here. Let me bring this back up. Oh wait, I gotta claim my little daily thingy. Okay, let me exit out of this. I really don't understand what happened with the AV1. I'm really kind of annoyed that AV1 didn't work the way it was supposed to. But H265 to the rescue. So you have a 580 and you use it in Houdini, and I'm thinking of getting 4070. I'm scared to buy used 3080 Ti when you have to render for 200 to 300 hours. Oh, you use Houdini. What's that like? Is that like, oh, that's the 3D. Hold on, I'm just Googling it real quick. Houdini is a 3D animation software application developed by SideFX, who adapted it from the Prism S suite. I don't know what this is for. Oh, this is for procedural generation. That's cool. I watched some of the reviews, but is there any way to test the 4070 on Hogwarts Legacy? I can tell you how it'll perform in Hogwarts Legacy. What we'll do, let's talk about the 4070, and let's finish that up first, and then we'll look at some of the other things. Because I do have info on the 7800 XT that I do want to talk about next. So we'll talk about 4070 first, and then we'll talk about the RX, the upcoming RX 7800 XT. You thought the heat pipes look cool? Since you're a car guy, they look like exhaust ports. Wait, out of what? The 4070? You have an EVGA GTX 480 sitting on the shelf. Oh yeah, but see, okay, the thing I don't like about what happened with some of NVIDIA's older cards, like Fermi was so mistreated. Like Fermi, like GTX 480 and 580 left such a negative impression that NVIDIA was so quick to abandoned that whole generation. But the thing is, they wanted to pull the plug on that as fast as possible, but they couldn't do it because of the enterprise customers. Because in the professional workstation, so the Quadro Fermi-based cards were relevant for a very long time. So that's the reason why Fermi had a slow death, even though NVIDIA, if it was up to NVIDIA, they wanted to kill it off really fast. Kepler basically Kepler had a shorter lifespan than Fermi, and then like super short lifespan, like GTX 600. Let's talk about this actually. So I don't know why this stuff's still here. Just remove all of this. So we have a Familia or gosh, he subbed. Thanks for the sub. Hold on, let's talk about this real quick. Now we're gonna do my little timeline thing again. Here we go, the timeline. I probably should have saved that, but every time I write stuff that ends up being different from the previous ones. So that's gonna be GTX 400, 500, 600, 700, 900, 10, 20, 30, 40. Oh, look, it just so happens to line up. So we have GTX 400, GTX 500, which is just a refresh, 600, 700, 900, and then we got GTX 10 series. 20. You know, one of the things I kind of have like a pet peeve about reading when some people refer to the GTX 1000 series, that's a little annoying because that's not actually what it's supposed to be called. Same thing with the 20, 30, and 40. When people say the RTX 4000 series, like that's actually politically incorrect. Did I go to MC? No, I didn't go there. I was thinking about going to Best Buy though, to see if they had the Founders Edition. But then I thought, what am I doing? Like, I don't need to buy this graphics card. It's like if I buy a 4070, what am I gonna do with a 4070, guys? Like, literally, what am I gonna do? I have Intel Arc. Oh, by the way, I did install the Intel GPU in the lower part of the motherboard. So currently, I have it underneath the 7900 XT. So where is it? This guy. So in this PC, the 7950 X3D PC, so the benchmark PC, I currently have two GPUs installed. I have the primary GPU is a 7900 XT, and then underneath it, I have the Intel Arc A770 installed. It just barely managed to fit I'm a little nervous because the microphone, or not the mic, the speaker, the postcode beeping speaker, and the USB 2.0 headers and those things, they're kind of like scrunched right up where the fan spins on the GPU. So I'm a little bit worried that one of these days those wires will just kind of like creep up, and then the fan will just like slice right into them. So that's the only thing I need to work on, I guess, cable management piece. But I do have the Arc GPU in there. But what's weird is I cannot... So when I load up DaVinci Resolve, I can select the Intel Arc GPU for encoding, which means I can actually render videos in AV1 using DaVinci Resolve because AMD doesn't have support yet. Or like DaVinci Resolve still hasn't added official support for AV1 on Radeon. But Intel Arc is there, so I can use Arc for that. However, the weird thing is OBS won't let me select the Intel GPU. Like, it won't let me select AV1 for the Intel GPU. It will let me choose QuickSync AVC, and that's all it'll tell me to do. Like, it won't let me use HEVC or AV1. It'll only let me do that on the AMD integrated graphics or the Radeon GPU. It's really weird. I think it's a bug with OBS, but I don't really know if it's a bug with OBS, if that makes sense. It could also be Intel's driver. It could also be the motherboard BIOS also could be the problem because Windows detects, like, Windows tells me the Intel Arc is GPU 0. The integrated Ryzen graphics, or the integrated graphics on the Ryzen CPU is, so basically, like, for those, okay, maybe I should just draw this so people can understand what I'm talking about. So I have a motherboard here. There's a Gigabyte X670 Aorus Elite AX. And then right in here, we've got 7950 X3D as a CPU. Then down here, we have the RX 7900 XT as the primary GPU. And then down here, we have the Arc A770 as a secondary GPU. So what the weird thing is, OBS says I can do AV1, AMD, AMF, H.264, AMD, AMF, H.265, AMD, AMF, and then it also says I can do quick sync H.264. Like, those are the only options. And then obviously, like, CPU and like the Atom or whatever it's called, Atom AV1 or whatever the CPU, SVT, AV1, like those other AV1 things. Ignore these because these are all CPU encoding. But basically, like, this is all it tells me I have options to do. Like, if Arc is the primary GPU, then I will get an additional Q-Sync AV1 and Q-Sync HEVC, H.265. So I can't do this. So unfortunately, with OBS, I cannot use Arc for streaming or recording AV1. I can only use either the CPU or the primary graphics card. But it's weird because, DaVinci Resolve lets me choose. Like, I can choose this for encoding, or I can choose this for encoding. Or I can be dumb and choose the CPU and, like, not use either of these, which would be a bad idea. Because it can do CPU, but the thing is, like, when you encode using the GPU, regardless of which one you choose, it will also leverage the CPU. So it's like there's no reason to, like, not choose a GPU if you're using something like Adobe Premiere or DaVinci Resolve. Yeah. AV1 is the best. AV1 is good, but realistically, like, have you ever tried using HEVC? Because I don't think the image quality... So, like, between AV1 and HEVC, they're basically the same. I'll do some video. I'm going to release a video that will show side-by-side comparisons. I know for a fact AV1 looks a lot better than H.264, but so does HEVC. So, it's... I think the only thing is, like, the licensing. Like, AV1 does not have the licensing. That's the only reason why it's better. You might try disabling the iGPU in the BIOS, see if that changes anything. See, I don't think that's going to do anything. Because all that will do... Well, that won't do anything, actually, now I think about it. I mean, I could try doing it. That's a good idea. It might just be because this is showing up a secondary GPU. But the problem is in Task Manager. Task Manager lists Arc A770 as GPU 0. I found this the weirdest thing. So instead of my integrated graphics being listed as GPU 0, it lists Intel Arc as GPU 0. Then it lists integrated, basically Ryzen IGP, integrated graphics, as GPU 1. And then it lists Radeon RX 7900 XT as GPU 2. So it's like it says I have 3 GPUs. That's what it lists in the Task Manager. I don't know why it's listing this guy as the first one, because it's down here at the bottom of the motherboard, far away from the CPU. I don't know why the motherboard is wired that way, because this thing has to literally go through 2 chipsets to get to it. Because we have a chipset here, and we have a chipset here, And then we have the CPU socket right here. So remember what I said about the socket, right? Like anything that goes through the second one has to go through the primary one, which means ARC has to travel through the second chipset, then the first chipset, then to the CPU, versus the integrated graphics, which is literally like right there. And then the Radeon GPU gets a direct connection into the CPU, bypassing the chipsets completely. So that's why I don't understand why Windows is telling me that the ARC A770 is GPU 0. That's bizarre. That is very bizarre. So anyway, that's a good idea though. I am gonna try that. I'll disable the integrated graphics and then see what happens. I really don't think it's gonna change anything. I think all that it'll do is it'll just turn this off, and then this will just become GPU. This will just become GPU 1. I think that's what's gonna happen. I think it has to do more with the motherboard. I think it's the way the motherboard enumerates the devices, which is kind of weird, but it makes sense because I remember before I was using, you guys remember I have a PCI Gen 5 SSD right here as the very first M.2 drive that wires directly into the CPU. But prior to that, I was using an old 2.5-inch SATA drive over here as the primary C drive, and that would show up as disk 0 in Task Manager. But ever since I changed to using the C drive on the Gen 5 drive, that shows up as like disk 3 or 4. So now my C drive in Task Manager is like disk 3 or 4 instead of disk 0. So it's like the Gigabyte motherboard decided to say SATA is first and NVMe is like second or something like that. So good job, Gigabyte. That's fantastic. That's totally how everybody should do it. Of course, an NVMe should not be the primary drive. Who would have thought of that? Why would anybody want to do that? Probably won't help since it wants... Well, see, I don't know. It's weird. Because the thing is, you plug in the monitors. The monitors are all plugged in to the Radeon card. So... Strix E-E does the same thing. SATA is always disk 0. Yeah, it must be like, for some reason, they all just decided, hey, let's just wire the chipset as the primary for whatever reason, instead of the ones that go straight to the CPU. I guess. But anyway, yeah, that's what I discovered when I installed ARC. So I guess the conclusion from all of this is, if you do want to use, if you're thinking of buying not a A770, but if you're thinking of buying an Intel Arc A380, because I feel like that's a smarter move. If you want to buy a 380 for like $100-something as an AV1 encoder, I'll only recommend it if you're going to do it for video rendering, video editing. I don't recommend it for streaming. If you want to stream an AV1, you either need to have an AMD 7000 series card, an Intel Arc GPU, and that's the GPU that you're going to use, or the new NVIDIA RTX 4070. So that's a great segue back into the RTX 4070. So now I guess we can remove all of this stuff. Even though this was kind of a cool little diagram. Anyway. Okay, so NVIDIA launched the 400 series in 2010, and then followed up with their revision in 2011, and then they did 600 series in 2012, and then 10 years ago, they released the first Titan in 2013. That was the 700 series Kepler based, and then in 2014 they released Maxwell, 2016, they released Pascal. 2018 was the 20 series. That was when RTX showed up. And then it was 2020 for the 30. And then here we are. Well, we all know that 2022, they launched 4090 and then 4080. And then here we are today, and the 70 Ti and the 70 today is now out. So, what I was going to say about the older cards, though, is they were very quick to brush aside Fermi very, very quickly. The 500 series kind of lingered, but they were very quick to want to get rid of that too. But these guys, man, these suffered. These suffered so bad. Anybody who like bought one of these cards, they basically were abandoned very fast in favor of like Maxwell. Now it's so weird because like it's almost like, how do I explain what this is like? If somebody bought a GTX 770 and then someone else bought a GTX 970, it's like if Nvidia was a parent, this was their favorite child, and this was the child that they disowned for no good reason. Like that's essentially what happened. Like anyone who had a 700 or 600 series card knows exactly what I'm talking about. Like, they were just abandoned. Anyone with 900 series, they were the clear winner because these cards, Maxwell had a very, very good lifespan for some reason. Like, I don't know why, but for some reason they just did. Of course, the 10 series, so like 1070, anyone who bought 1070 also lived a very good life, probably even better than 970. Is it really faster than it, though? Because when the 970 launched, the 780 Ti was weaker than it for a good while. It depends on the games. Have a 970. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the 970, the 900 series had a very long lifespan. In fact, there's still a lot of people that are still using 900 series cards today. The 10 series, though, probably is the one that goes down in history books as the clear winner. This is the one. If you had basically any of them, 1060, 1070, 80, whatever, like, you got a lot of mileage out of those cards. 20 series was another, like, stepchild that was forgotten for some reason, like, kind of like 700 series, but not as badly. Like, I feel like 20 series didn't suffer as much as 600 and 700 did because because Nvidia wanted to sell you on the whole RTX ray tracing narrative, and they kind of propped it up for a while. You know, there was the whole super variant, which was kind of a joke. So it was a little bit more like longer lived compared to these two, but you know, as soon as 30 series came out, everyone just kind of, like, ignored this thing's existence in a way. So, it's kind of like, yeah, no, it just kind of was forgotten as well. The 8800 GT, well, not even the 8800 GTX. The 8800 GT was the one that aged very well. Yeah, but the reason why the 1080 Ti, I think that the 10 series in general aged better than even the 8800. Because, see, the problem with the 8800 aged well, but the problem was DX10 and, well, DX10, who cares about DX10? DX11, and the fact that, like, newer, better ways of doing tessellation and geometry in shaders, just during that time, the industry was still moving very, very fast. So, like, the 8800 GT, as good as it was, it's not going to be able to match, like, how legendary the 1080 Ti is, or the 10 series, because when we got to the 10 series, you know, I think there was a lot more standardization in terms of like DirectX 11 became the standard, and it was the standard for a very long time. The 10 series supported DX12, so even with DX12, like 10 series wasn't bad, but it was not nearly as good as some of the newer ones, nor was it as good as the AMD ones, because the AMD ones had asynchronous compute like way before the 10 series actually had it properly implemented. So, like for those that don't know, like the asynchronous compute was something, I think asynchronous compute actually is what really was the axe that killed off like all these older NVIDIA cards, because asynchronous compute was technically supported on 900 series, but you had to do everything manually. There was no automated process in the driver. So like if you were a game developer and you wanted to implement asynchronous compute on GeForce and you were doing this for Maxwell, you were doing it, it was very tedious and it was very slow, and there wasn't a lot of like help from NVIDIA on how to get this going. So you saw very poor adoption of asynchronous compute development for 900 series. But technically, Maxwell supports asynchronous compute. It does. It's just not very good because it's all manual, and the shaders don't have anything built in to do it. 10 series fixed that to some degree, but it wasn't done at the front end, because like when you talk about asynchronous compute, in order to do it without like copious amounts of coding, you have to have it built into the hardware scheduler. And Pascal, aka the 10 series, does not have a front-end hardware scheduler. So that's the reason why, yes, it supports asynchronous compute, but it's still not the same as like true autonomous asynchronous compute, which is what the AMD cards had. Because AMD's cards, the GCN cards all had hardware schedulers. So, but Pascal could do it. And then obviously NVIDIA kind of like realized, yeah, okay, this is something that the developers want. So they kind of fixed that with their RTX cards later on. 1060 and SLI beating 1080. Was that real? Actually, I think that was more of like RX 480s in Crossfire. I don't remember 1060s in SLI being a thing, but I remember. Could you even do 1060s in? You couldn't do 1060s in SLI, Marcelo. It was RX 480. It was RX 480 versus 1080, a single 1080. 1060s don't support SLI. I'm pretty sure they don't. Unless you're talking about like 980 Ti's in SLI or something. 780 Ti was definitely faster than 980, and this were neck and neck at Maxwell launch. Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure NVIDIA made the 980 look faster than the 780 Ti. In fact, I remember them touting NVIDIA was saying that the 970 was faster than the 780 Ti. The reason why I know this is because the 970 was also faster than the 290X in some games, but not in all games though. And the 290X was under the 780 Ti. But we all know how that played out. Like, I've always kind of thought of the AMD cards. If those of you who have watched me when I do game streaming, occasionally I'll make like DBZ references. So for those that are familiar with a Japanese animation or an anime called Dragon Ball Z, I've always thought of Radeon as Saiyans. Like, that's basically what I've always thought. Now, I've thought of this for like a very, very long time. I never really said this publicly, but that's always kind of what I thought. Wait, did I spell that right? Is that right? Is that how you spell Saiyans? I don't even know if that's the right way to spell it. Anyway, I've always thought like Radeon cards are like Saiyans. They get stronger over time. Like when they lose their battles, they get more powerful. Because like we all know, like when the best example I can give you is the R9 290X. When this card launched, the NVIDIA counter launched with GTX 780 Ti. And the GTX 780 Ti was greater than... Why is this like this? At launch, the 290X was weaker than the 780 Ti. But today, the previous generation, 7970, is actually faster than the 780 Ti. And in the best case for the 780 Ti, the 780 Ti is equal to it. So this is kind of why I've always thought, like, okay, the Radeon cards are kind of like Saiyans. They just kind of get stronger over time. And I've always thought of the GeForce cards as like Frieza. I've always thought of GeForce cards as Frieza. Like, you guys, if you guys ever watched Dragon Ball Z back in the day, like, you guys remember when Goku fought Frieza? Goku was Super Saiyan fighting Frieza, and Frieza had to go 100% to win. That's how I've always thought of, like, the TI cards. Like, it's kind of like a weird thing to relate it that way, but it's like Frieza final form is like 780, and then when Frieza goes 100%, that's like 780 Ti. That's how I always looked at it. But remember, this is like 10 years ago. This is like so long ago. I don't really make those comparisons anymore, but it's still kind of an interesting way to look at things. Is it the 6700 XT? Oh, is it my 6700 XT? Did we change this? No. Basically, if you're on RDNA 2 or if you're on RTX 30, you basically skip this generation. There's really no reason to upgrade. Especially for gaming, you don't need to upgrade. I think that's like $600 for what? For like hold on. We can find it here. Let me find it for you real quick, and then we'll look at the... Okay, it is quite a bit faster, but it's still like it's up to you. I mean, to me, $600 is a lot. I don't know how I feel about that. $600 for 30%. Yeah, that. So I don't think I wouldn't do it. No. Yeah, I don't think so. And yeah, so typically what I would say for those that are considering the 4070, I guess we'll remove some of this stuff. Let's go back to the timeline. So usually people who are on 2 generations back. So basically, if you're on RTX 20 series or GTX 10 series or some old Radeon GCN, or maybe like a 5700, or I guess RDNA 1, then I think it makes sense. But if you're on, like, okay, this is what I would say. Who should upgrade? I would say people that fall into this category, or older, or something like old, like basically those older Nvidia cards that I just listed. This is who should upgrade. Who should not upgrade? Who should not upgrade is the other question. So anybody who is on RTX 30 or RDNA 2, which is basically RX 6000 series, or obviously something newer, right? Like RDNA 3, obviously that's not eligible. So basically, if you're on these, you shouldn't upgrade. I think it's just too much money for very little. Like, you'd have to step up to a more expensive card, and I just think you're better off just sticking with what you have. Because you're not gaining any more VRAM either. And in terms of power consumption, you're not even really gaining much in terms of energy efficiency either. It's like, yeah, you're gaining more performance for the same amount of power. So there's that, but you're also having to pay like so much more money. So that's why I don't know. I just don't think it's really worth it myself. Yeah, I saw it. Of the 780 Ti. 3060, 2070 would be, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to go from a 7 or 700 series to just the next 700 or 7 series. Does that make sense? Meaning somebody who's on 6700 or 3070 or even 3070 Ti or 6750 XT, it does not make sense. Buying a 4070 from one of those two cards is a waste of money. Like, it's a huge waste of money. The 7970 is not even close. Not today, MX Thunder. We're not talking about... You're talking about launch. I'm not talking about launch. I'm talking about today. Today, the 7970 is faster than a 680. It's a lot faster. It's faster than a 780. It's basically a 780 Ti rival. What I'm talking about... What I was talking about with the 780 Ti is that NVIDIA essentially abandoned Kepler and let it waste away in favor of Maxwell. And same thing with Fermi. But Fermi had a lot of... So the problem with Fermi, the reason why NVIDIA couldn't throw away Fermi that quickly was because of enterprise, because of professional workstation cards. So that's why Fermi had a relatively long life. Eventually it got axed, I think, because of like DX12 or something. But yeah. So let's look at the review. Let's look at one of these reviews, actually. Okay, here's the review by Tech Power Up. GeForce RTX 4080 review. So, if I was going to get one of these, it would have to be the Founders Edition card. I would not consider any of the AIBs that are more expensive than this card. The only AIBs I would consider are ones that cost the exact same amount of money as this card. So, like, for instance, the Zotac. The Zotac would be one example. Let's see. So they still have their GigaThread engine on a PCI 4.0. You still have your little memory controllers on the side. The raster engine. But it's very cut down. I don't understand what this red region is. I don't know why that's red. Is that... Oh, this is axed. Okay, wait a minute. So what we're looking at is a 4070 Ti, and then what's in red is what's shaved off to make it a 4070. I think that's what that means. So they still have their shader modules, 3rd generation. Okay, so it's... So what changed? Oh yeah, they made it so that some of their, what used to be integer is now shared with floating point 32, because floating point 32 is way more valuable than integer operations. So that's kind of why this is the way it is, because historically what NVIDIA did was, I think it was Ampere that actually made this change. I think this is basically the same as Ampere. If you go back and look at Turing, I think it was Turing, it was like FP32 was one of these, and then the other one was integer 32. But then they were like, oh, well, integers aren't used as much, so let's make it be able to do integer or FP32. I think they did that with Ampere, if I'm not mistaken. So basically, the Ada architecture is not that different from Ampere. The main difference is going to be the 3rd generation RT core, and the tensor cores are updated. to the newer one. So that's the main difference. In terms of the floating point units, the integer, those are going to be more energy efficient because they're on the TSMC 5 nanometer node. But, you know, your dispatch, your warp scheduler, your cache numbers, all that stuff is relatively very similar to Ampere. There might be slightly larger caches because it is a smaller die, so they're able to pack more in there. But I think they put more effort into the RT cores and the tensors than compared to like the floating point units. And that's a little bit disappointing, but these cores, these shaders are a little bit more efficient than the Ampere ones. So that's the reason why they're able to get better performance with less power, less hardware, essentially, because, you know, or at the very best, just more energy efficient. Because if we look at the 4070 compared to the 3070, they have the exact same SM count. It's like you didn't get any change there. But the 4070 is faster than the 3070, so that's your improvement in terms of like the efficiency of those shaders. So 12 gigabytes of memory. It is the 8104. It is the cut down 8104. So all this stuff in red was removed. Asus has them all at MSRP. Yeah, I saw the Zotac one. The Zotac one looks like the tennis shoe that I was talking about, the 4090. It looks like a tiny 4090. So the nice thing is it does have the DLSS 3. That is another thing. But again, that's going to be dependent on a lot of like the implementation by the actual developers to go back and add that, which they are going to work on it for some of the big titles. Let's take a look at some of these. Let's just pick something here and look at it. So at 1080, it's doing pretty good. It's like basically like right between a 3090 Ti and a 3090. And then we go up the resolution. But see, here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. And this is kind of what I was saying in terms of the negative aspects of this card, or the things I don't like about it. Because I like the energy efficiency. I like how compact it is compared to the other ginormous things that we've seen from NVIDIA so far. But the problem with it is the 12 gigabytes is one thing. I get that. But the Achilles heel of this graphics card is going to be that thin 192-bit memory bus, because at 1080p it looks okay. But as they say, looks can be deceiving. If we go down to 1440p, and now granted, this is the resolution that NVIDIA expects you to be using this GPU with. NVIDIA does not expect you to be using this with a 4K monitor. You could use it with a 1080p monitor, but they're going to say that it's overkill. But realistically, like the 12 gigabytes at 1080p are probably going to be the safest bet. 1440s could potentially be a problem. It could become VRAM limited in the future. So, but as you can see here, check this out. So at 1080p, this thing appears as though it's on par with a 3090. But then when you go to 1440, look at this. All of a sudden, the 3090 is now 10 FPS ahead of this card. This card falls all the way back to being right between the 6800 XT and the 3080. So it literally falls right between the two rivals, because everyone knows 6800 XT and 3080 is basically Goku versus Frieza all over again. So what is it? What are we saying here? DLSS 3 works fine. Hogwarts Legacy. CC700 XT also has a 192-bit bus. Yeah, it does. And that's what I'm saying. But remember, the 6700 XT never cost $600. Keep that in mind. So then we go to 4K. 4K resolution. Now it's down to 70. So, okay, that's... Now what happened here? So now it's basically underneath the 3080 Whereas here it was, okay, you guys see what I'm saying? Like, look at this. 1080p, it's beating 3080 by 10 FPS. 1440p, now it's 3080 is now hot on its heels catching up to it. Then we go to 4K, and guess what? 3080, like, speeds past it. So, it's one of those things where it's like, if you want to buy this graphics card, and you're okay staying with a 1080p monitor for the next, like, 5 years, then, okay, it makes sense. But if you are even thinking of the idea of upgrading your monitor within the next 5 years, this, to me, is a hard pass. I mean, maybe it's okay for 1440p, but occasionally, I mean, we've already seen games this year, Hogwarts Legacy, Last of Us, Callisto Protocol, Forspoken, although Forspoken is a really bad example, but Forspoken regardless, and then Dead Space. We've seen a bunch of games that have come out just in the first quarter of this year that are already pushing near the limits of this 12 gigabyte frame buffer. So I question the longevity of this card for 1440p, and I would never even consider it for 4K at all. Like, at all. It doesn't even, it's not even eligible to be considered for 4K in my mind. Which means it's in a weird spot, because on the one hand, if you've got a 1080p monitor, the performance looks solid. But okay, now we got to also take into account, like, what is a similar priced card that you can that's an alternative to this card. So I see people mentioning, you know, RX 6800 for 469. 469, that low? Nothing below. So wait, where does that card show up? So okay. So Psycho's saying that there's a 6800. So this thing, 6800 is doing 148. Actually, we should probably go look at the average instead of this one game. But 6800 is like, okay, look at this. Like, now it's like 5 FPS slower than this at 4K. So I don't know. 6800 XT, nothing below the 7900 XTX or 4080 makes any sense this generation, to be honest. I don't know. They still kind of make sense. It's just, what doesn't make sense is the price brackets. That's what doesn't make any sense. That's why the buying decisions this generation are way harder than they were, like, in normal time frames. Because, you know, the pandemic is one thing, but if you take that out of the equation and you think about what it was like if you wanted to get a 2070 or a 1070 or a 970. That's why I keep bringing up these old cards from like 7 years ago, because it was not that hard of a decision. Like a 970 was roughly like $350 typically back in the day. I know the MSRP was $329, but no one really paid $329 for a 970. Most people paid around $370. Most people paid like $369, $359, $349 in that range for one of the custom AIBs. And that was still pretty good value. So that's kind of where we're coming from. And then the 1070, that was like $400 something. $450 was the MSRP of the Founders Edition. So people were paying like $430 to $450 or $470. So like $100 more over a 970. And then you go look at 20 series, no difference. It was basically the same price-wise. And then because it was so unpopular. And then 30 series, no one could buy one. Or you paid scalper prices, or you just skipped it. So that's why there's a lot of people, I think, that are going to be considering the 4070, because they're probably on a 2070 or a 1070 or even something older like a 970. And that's why they're asking themselves, should they spend $600 or more on a graphics card? When typically they would have never done that. So the market's kind of messed up because of the just kind of how the price, like what MedPrism was saying, like the prices just don't make any sense. But it's not like they make much sense at the upper end either. AMD never dropped the price though. Those cards were already on sale. Guys, like the the 6950 XT has been on sale at Micro Center for the last month. Like, if you wanted a 6950 XT and you live near a Micro Center, they've had those for $650 for like a whole month. Like, AMD didn't just suddenly drop the prices. These things have already been on clearance sale for a long time. There is a 6950 XT for $620, I think, on Newegg. Yeah, probably $30 promo code. Yeah. And you know, it's a tough choice between that one and this one because, like, on the one hand, the 6950 XT, 16 gigabytes of RAM, that is a much safer bet for 1440p. In fact, you could technically do 4K with that and not worry about being VRAM limited. And then the other thing, too, is the wider memory bus and the fact that it just kind of performs better at 4K overall. So, I don't know. Like, usually when I'm evaluating a graphics card's long-term viability, I look at what it shows for its 4K numbers, even if I'm not going to pair it up with a 4K monitor, because that gives you an idea of, like, okay, looking at this, 70 FPS at 4K today could eventually turn into 70 FPS in a newer game at 1080p. That's what I'm trying to say. So I look at the 4K results. So if I'm somebody who's thinking of buying a graphics card in this price range, or I guess the 70 tier, I would look at the 4K, not because I'm going to pair it up with a 4K monitor, but because I'm trying to predict in the future, 2, 3, 4 years from now, maybe even 5 years from now, what will this graphics card look like when it's older, like in terms of performance? So I can predict, okay, if it's 70 FPS at 4K today, someday it'll be 70 FPS in a newer game at 1080p resolution, right? As newer games are more demanding, it gets harder to run stuff, newer technologies come out, and they try to pave way for the new stuff, so they make it harder to run on the older stuff because people pivot and use shaders in a different way. So the older shaders become less efficient, and that's kind of planned obsolescence in a nutshell. But essentially, that's what I look at when I'm evaluating the long-term viability of a graphics card. Allocation or real use. There's games that use over 12 on the 6900 XT. Yeah, there can be. And the thing, like, do you guys remember, like, Skyrim? Old school Skyrim. Skyrim with all the mods and all the textures and custom stuff that you can do. At 4K resolution, even though it's an old game, you can push the VRAM usage in that game very, very high. Hogwarts Legacy and The Last of Us were the only games that did that for me. It's not like that's going to be the only two games that are ever going to do that, though. I'm pretty sure there's going to be newer games that come out that are going to be just as demanding. And then maybe a year from now, 2 years from now, even more demanding. So it's not like developers are just going to, like, oh, we have to compress our textures. We can't push the envelope in terms of innovation because the 4070 has 12 gigabytes of VRAM. They're not going to do that. You think they're going to do that? They're not going to do that at all. So people who are buying a card like this, they're gonna have to accept the fact that they're gonna have to run games at high instead of ultra. That's just how it is. Because the easiest way to fix, like, the VRAM limitation on one of these cards that only has 12 gigabytes of or less is to drop the preset down to high or very high or medium or whatever. And that frees up enough VRAM so that it's not a problem. But yeah, it's a bad feeling. It feels bad because it's like, oh, someone else who has a 16 gigabyte graphics card, like a 6950 XT, they don't have to do that. They can leave it at ultra and it uses up all that extra memory, but it's okay, right? 4070 needs to be cheaper. Does it, though? See, I would play devil's advocate, and I would ask, does the 4070 need to be cheaper? So here's what I think has happened. So let me bring back up Paint. This is what I think has happened. So we've talked about who should upgrade. I'm going to delete that. So NVIDIA, in all their infinite wisdom, I guess we'll remove these X marks. So NVIDIA had, or I guess people like to pronounce it NVIDIA. NVIDIA. There's still so many people that pronounce it that way. The Supreme NVIDIA. So NVIDIA had a lot of RTX 30 series stock. NVIDIA had a lot of stock of 30 series. So, newsflash, 4070 has existed since January, just so everybody knows. It's not new. So, I guess we'll just say newsflash. This was already a thing. Like, these things were already built. These, like, those early samples, like the one that Steve from Gamers Nexus did the teardown of, that had the 552 on it, that thing was manufactured last year. Just saying. So, these have existed. But the thing is, NVIDIA did not release these. So, technically, if things went according to plan, the RTX 40 series would have launched in December or January. The 4090 would have been October, like it was. The 4080 November, as expected. And the December would have seen the fake 4080, so it got renamed 4070 Ti. The reason why that card became a January launch was because everybody had to throw away or recycle all their printed box material that said RTX 4080 12 gig. They had to go and recycle all of that stuff and then go print a bunch of new boxes that said RTX 4070 Ti. And that took like a whole month. So that's the reason why we got 4070 Ti in January. And 4070 was supposed to follow right after it. Now the reason the 4070 launched today is because NVIDIA, and remember, what I'm telling you guys is public knowledge that anyone who follows NVIDIA and listens to their earnings calls would have already known this. The reason why the 4070 launched today is because NVIDIA waited for gamers, how do I say this in a not so, like, offensive manner? I wanted to say desperate people, but NVIDIA waited for gamers or, like, people that had a GPU die or whatever. Like, they basically waited for people to buy a old 30 series card instead of waiting. So they waited for the people who didn't want to wait. The people who were gullible enough to buy a 3070 for like $600 or a 3070 Ti for like $700 something, because I know they did this because I was watching the Newegg prices and I know people paid that much money for those older graphics cards. They waited for the gullible people. I don't know how to say this that it's not offensive, but people who were desperate or just didn't want to wait or didn't care or were not paying attention or they're just not tech enthusiasts like us, they just, oh, I need to go buy a new GPU because my GPU is so old and I can't play Hogwarts Legacy. So they go and buy like 3070 for some stupid reason to play like Star Citizen of all things, which is a terrible idea to pair that up with, yeah, anyway. The point is, they waited for the people to clear out stock of the old 30 series. This is the reason why we did not get the 4070 until now. This is the real reason. The reason why it comes out now. Because think about it. Go look at Newegg. Go look at Micro Center. Try to buy a 3080. Try to find a 3080 Ti. Because I can pretty much guarantee sold by Newegg listings for 3080, 3080 Ti, 3090, and 3090 Ti are all gone. 3070 Ti, the stock levels are getting low, meaning basically NVIDIA has a threshold meter saying, hey, we have this much 30 series, we got to get down to like this much 30 series before we launch our 4070 series card. So they waited, and they waited, and they waited, and then eventually, ding, 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 it hit the threshold. It hit the limit sell. Okay, people, we're good to go. Announce the announcement or leak it. Do something to stir up hype and get people to get their wallets out again. Here we go, boys. See, so that's basically what they did, and that is how the 4070 came to be. Most people say Nvidia. When you factor in stable diffusion, Nvidia cards are well worth the price. MC had 3080s Wednesday on the shelves when I was there. Couldn't believe it. Yeah, but the thing is, the threshold meter for those cards is so low that they're not concerned with having trouble clearing out the inventory, right? Like if they were at like a 90% stock level of units shipped, they're not gonna sell the 4070 when they're trying to clear out 90% of their Ampere stock. I mean, that's just supply chain economics 101. So they waited. They were priced $100 more than the 4070. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure some people probably bought them a few days ago. There's people that probably went in like a week ago to Micro Center, had no idea that the 4070 was going to be a thing, and just bought a 3080 and paid $100 more and wasted an extra money and basically got ripped off. I mean, that's kind of how it goes, though. You got the RX 16 to run stable diffusion. Here's stores started discounting 3080s. The old 10 model even must be really old stock. Yeah. Yeah, because the 3080 has been end of life in terms of manufacturing for a long time. That's essentially how it goes, though, right? Like, and AMD's in the same boat. So the fact that NVIDIA, so here's the really the shocking truth of the matter. So NVIDIA had so much more Ampere stock than AMD had RDNA 2 stock. Because NVIDIA just produces so much, like the fact that NVIDIA volume produces, or I guess they produce so much more graphics cards than AMD does, that even despite the fact that NVIDIA probably had like a 4-to-1 or maybe even 5-to-1 ratio in the mid-range cards, so like 3070, 3070 Ti, 3060, 3060 Ti, like they had probably like a 4 to 5-to-1 ratio compared to like the amount of AMD 6600 and 6700 cards. So even though they had way more inventory than AMD, they still managed to sell through their existing Ampere stock well before AMD was able to sell through their RDNA 2 stock. So the reason why we have not heard any announcement from AMD about a 7800 XT is because AMD is doing the NVIDIA thing. AMD, just to illustrate AMD over here, AMD has the same meter. They've got the same meter, guys. Like, it's no different. Like, they have a threshold meter. They have a threshold meter here. And they're like, okay, we need to sell through 6700s, 6600s, 6750s, 6600 XTs, 6650 XTs. So, like, they're trying to get down to their threshold as well before they go and announce their new graphics cards as well. So, and it's just taking them a longer time than NVIDIA to get through it. But I can already tell AMD is going to announce something soon because their levels of their RDNA 2 stock is also getting low. And the easiest way to tell is if you go to AMD.com and you go look at what's for sale. If you want to buy like an AMD card directly from AMD, I checked literally yesterday. the 6750 XT was sold out. It's restocked now, but it was sold out yesterday. The 6950 XT was sold out. And the XTX is always sold out. And the XT was the only one in stock. So today, AMD restocked 6950 XT and 6750 XT. So, and I know Micro Center has a bunch of them as well. So until you start seeing like the levels on the AMD cards get low on inventory as well, don't expect to see an announcement, because I'm pretty sure, I can guarantee you guys, AMD already has the 7800 XT. And we're going to talk about that card next, because there's an interesting article that was released that might give us insight into what that card's specs will be. You're going to die from old age waiting for the 7800 XT. Well, it's coming this year. I can guarantee you it's coming this year. It's coming, it's just taking longer because of all that stock, like I was talking about. So NVIDIA managed to hit their threshold. So they're like, okay, we're here. Let's go ahead and launch that 4070. AMD is like still working their way through the channel. So now let's talk about this AMD card. The rumored AMD card. So, today, I don't know, I don't know if this was official or if it was a leak, but there's an article on the internet on video cards, AMD Radeon Pro W7900 and W7800 announced. So I don't know if this was an official announcement or if this was, because I wasn't made aware of any sort of webinar announcing these. Usually AMD will announce to the press, or they'll announce via a webinar after the fact. But I'm surprised that these are already in the wild. So the first one here, well, actually, before we do that, so this card here, yeah, but the thing is, why are we learning about this from video cards instead of like an actual AMD press release? Like that's what I'm saying. Like this should have been a thing. So anyway, so the Radeon Pro W7900 for extreme workload. So this is a professional workstation card. This is for game development. This is for video editing, video rendering at a professional level, not for a prosumer. Not for some YouTuber like me. You know, these things are going to be really expensive. We'll talk about how much they cost in a little bit. But anyway, this thing, 48 gigabytes of RAM, 384-bit GDDR6 with ECC, DisplayPort 2.1. So basically, 96 CUs, RNA 3, 61 teraflops, AV1 encode and decode, and 295 watt. This thing, what you're looking at, is basically an XTX. This is a glorified 7900 XTX with double the RAM, so it has 48 gigabytes of RAM. It is a triple slot blower style. I've never seen a triple slot blower style. This is not a dual blower. This is a triple. So this is basically, this thing has a blower style, which is the big one, like on the PS3. So anyway, this is an XTX. But the thing that makes this article interesting is not so much this card. It's actually its little brother, this guy. So the Radeon Pro W7800. This is the smaller one. 32 gigabytes of RAM on a 256-bit bus. DisplayPort 2.1, 70 CUs, 45 teraflops, AV1 encode decode, 260 watt. This is most likely what the 7800 XT will end up being. Now granted, it'll have half the VRAM, so 32 divided by 2, 16 gigabyte card. AV1 encode and decode, that's nothing new because the 7900 cards already have that. 45 teraflops. So the 7900 XT today is 51 teraflops. So this is most likely very similar to what the consumer grade 7800 XT will be in terms of the board power, in terms of the teraflops, the CUs, the memory. So I'm expecting a 16 gigabyte card with 70 CUs and around 45 teraflops with AV1, and the board power might be like 290 watts or maybe 300 watts. They might up the power limit because it's consumer, so they'll be able to get better FPS out of it, better AIB coolers, etc. They must have a better cooler than the AMD reference models. Is that, well, these things are not really meant to play games. Like, this is more rendering stuff, but yeah. That's the question that I haven't been able to figure out. If this is going to be Navi 31 or 32. That's what I don't know. But you can tell by looking at this is going to be weaker than the 7900 XT. 45 teraflops versus 51. The other one, so the XTX is 61 teraflops. So it's actually closer. So what's interesting about this, if you look at the teraflop number, the 7800 looks closer to a 7900 XT than the 7900 XT does to a XTX. So what that means is that on paper, the gap between, so if we say 7900 XTX is up here, 7900 XT is like here, 7800 XT would be like right here. Meaning the gap between these two is larger than the gap between these two. Based off of the teraflops. Because this thing is 61 teraflops. Okay, well, you guys get what I'm saying. Like 61T, this one is 51T, this is 45T. See what I'm saying? There's a 10 teraflop difference between those two, but there's only like a 6 teraflop difference between those two. Tech Power Up says Navi 31. Okay. That could just be a placeholder, though. Unless they have some kind of insider information. Unless they've been briefed on that product ahead of time. But I think this is the best indicator of kind of a preview of what the 7800 XT will look like. At least in terms of the raw single precision floating point 32, the RAM. So basically this pretty much proves that it's going to be a 16 gigabyte card that uses anywhere from 250 to 300 watts. And it has 70 CUs. So that's probably what it's going to be. And they're using the 7800 numbering. So I'm pretty sure the consumer edition of this is going to be the 7800 XT. Yeah. Tech Power Up is probably just estimating it. It's probably just a placeholder. So I wouldn't put too much into that. So if we look here, so it says available Q2 2023. So what that means is that, like I said in a previous live stream, remember guys when I predicted when the 7800 XT would show up? I told you guys around May. I said sometime between the start of May and like mid-June was my rough estimate. I still stand by that. And this kind of further proves that that timeline is still pretty much accurate. But again, going back to what we were saying earlier, if the stock of the existing 6800 XT, 6900, 6950 XT, until that stuff gets to a certain threshold, AMD is not going to announce anything publicly for the consumer card until they get to that lower inventory threshold on the previous generation, just like NVIDIA. So it's no different from NVIDIA. They're just going to wait it out, and then they'll launch their product when they need to replace the older stock. So we'll see. But you can see, so like, okay, if maybe it's possible to predict the price of it too by looking at these numbers. So if a workstation, if a professional XTX is $4,000, and the normal, you know what? We could probably do some math here. We can do some math to figure this out. We can predict the price of the 7800 XTX. So that is like a 1-to-4 ratio, right? It's because you have 4,000 to 1,000, then you have 2,500. Well, would that make sense though? Because you would do $625. So it's gonna be around $600. Yeah, interesting. That's really interesting because that puts it right in line with the 4070. They'd have the exact same price. But again, AMD could probably price it higher if it's like faster. So now we got to look at Tech Power Up to try to further figure out what the price will be on this thing. So if we look at, if we go to 4070, 4070 is here. Oh, but see, like, if that card is like a 6900 XT, that's only like 3% difference, roughly. I know Tech Power Up's numbers are not the be-all, end-all numbers, but they're a rough estimate, I would say. I'm thinking it's probably going to be anywhere from like 5 to 10% faster than 4070. I'm kind of thinking it might actually be more like this card in terms of its performance. Like, what do you guys think? Do you think the 7800 XT will be equal to a 6950 XT, or do you think it'll be faster, or do you think it'll be slower? Because how close is this to a 79? See, so look at this. The 7900 XT, I'm just going to round this up, is like 15% faster than a 6950 XT. You guys see that? And a 7900 XTX is about 36% faster. So if we take that into account, if it's about like 15%, so meaning if the 7800 XT is like a 6950 XT, that means it would be about 15%, 14%, 15% slower, but it would be like 10% to 12% faster than a 4070. So they might price it at $469. They might price it at $469. I think it might actually be. I mean, did I say $469? $649. I don't know why I said $469. $649. $650 is what I think they're probably going to declare the MSRP. If it's 10 to 15% faster than the 4070, it has 16 gigabytes of memory. I think they're probably going to declare $649. $649, $629. AMD usually doesn't do those random numbers. They like to price stuff at $649. And here's the reason why I think it'll be $649. Look at this guy. Check this out. RX 6800 XT. Launch MSRP $649. So AMD can probably use the same price. It'll be so boring, but again, remember 6900 XT launch price $999. XTX has the exact same price. So which means AMD didn't actually raise the price at all, unlike Nvidia. On a bar with this, or 5% in that. Do you really think it's going to be 5%? I think it's probably going to be exactly the same as the 6950 XT. Because here's the thing. It's basically the same, yeah, with better ray tracing. Because the thing is, it's kind of boring. It's kind of like how the 4070 is kind of boring, but not as bad. Because when you think about it, the 4070 is kind of boring, but not as bad. Because when you think about it, the 4070 is kind of boring, but not as bad. Because when you think about it, the 4070 is kind of boring, but not as bad. Because when you think about it, the 4070 is kind of boring, but not as bad. Because when you think about it, the 4070 is kind of boring, but not as bad. Because when you think about it, the 4070 is kind of boring, but not as bad. Because when you think about it, the 4070 is kind of boring, but not as bad. Because when you think about it, the 4070 is kind of boring, but not as bad. Because when you think about it, the 4070 is kind of boring, but not as bad. Because when you think about it, the 4070 is kind of boring, but not as bad. Because when you think about it, the 4070 is kind of boring, but not as bad. Because when you think about it, the 4070 is kind of boring, but not as bad. Because when you think about it, the 4070 is kind of boring, but not as bad. Because when you think about it, the 4070 is kind of boring, but not as bad. Because when you think about it, the 4070 is kind of boring, if they price it at $649, no one can complain that they're hiking the price, because they're not. Right? Like right here, 6800 XT launch price $649. If they do $649, no one can complain about that, because there's no price hike. It's the exact same price. New generation, better performance, better RT, whatever. 16 gigs of RAM. So there's no change in the RAM. But it's like, was there really a need to change the RAM? 16 was kind of... AMD never really shortchanged anybody on RAM, historically speaking. So they don't really need to put more RAM on there. That's just only going to raise the price. So I think don't be surprised if the 7800 XT launches for $649, and it's as fast as a 6950 XT. So it's the same story. 4070 launched at $600. It's basically a 3080. 3080's MSRP was $700. So Nvidia can try to say, hey, we're giving you 3080 performance, but it has better ray tracing, and it's $100 less. But realistically, no one really cares, because it's a 70 series card, not an 80 series card. Whereas with AMD, this is an 800 series card. We're talking about a 7800 XT. So you're looking on gen comparison. The correct comparison would be 6800 XT. And if it's priced at $649, it's the same exact price as the last generation. So versus like 3070's price versus 4070's price. You guys see where I'm going with this? So it won't look as bad as Nvidia. It's not going to turn any heads or anything. It's not going to be like, oh, this is amazing value. But it's just kind of there. It's like, it can't really anger or annoy anybody the way the pricing on the Nvidia stuff has been doing for the last several months. $6950 XT. So a lot of people are thinking it's going to be like $6950 XT. And I would agree with that too. That's kind of where I think it'll end up. It's basically going to be a 6950 XT for 6800 XT MSRP with better ray tracing. That's basically what it is. Same VRAM, same everything. So even the same bus. Because look, check this out. Go back to the specs. Check this out. 256-bit bus. It's a 256-bit bus. So it's exactly the same bus as the previous generation. So you have to remember that the memory controller is on the MCM, so they use the Navi 31 and just reduce the number of 4. Okay. Yeah, so it's basically like the multi-chip module version of the 6800 XT. So it ends up being faster, same amount of money, but faster. Next generation, AV1 encoding. So, I mean, that's basically it in a nutshell. I've basically spoiled the 7800 XT before the reviews are even out. But that's basically what it's going to be. That's not bad. That's actually $650 for that's probably going to be better value than like $600 for the 4070. So, yeah, that doesn't really change anything. But, here's the thing, though. Like, AMD, if you... Okay, since we're done talking about 4070, let's talk about AMD for a little bit here. If you look at AMD's prices in a vacuum... so what is this thing? MSRP $999. This one's MSRP is the only one that's bad. This one should have never launched at $899. But this thing, I'm gonna go ahead and say $649. I'm just gonna declare it $649. From this point forward, everything that launches after the 7800 XT falls in line perfectly with what's expected. Meaning everything else that launches is going to be very predictable compared to Nvidia. But realistically, Nvidia's cards are only like $100 more than they were last generation. Whereas AMD's cards are basically flat, like they didn't change. Like the last generation is the same. Like this is the same MSRP of the 6900 XT. This is the only one that's kind of the outlier. This is the same price as the 6800 XT. Whatever the next one will be, it'll probably be $549, then $700 something, or $479, then $450, $379, etc. So they're all going to kind of line up. So here's what's funny about AMD and Nvidia. Well, no, I won't say that about Nvidia, because Nvidia has 3 cards that prices don't make any sense. In fact, even the 4090's price is still too high. 4070 Ti is also too... Yeah, exactly. See, that's what I'm talking about, though. And the 3070 Ti's price is like already even higher than what the previous one was supposed to be. But there was no 2070 Ti. AMD is the only one going down in price, at least here where I live. Well, I don't think AMD is going down in price. Oh, well, you're talking about... Yeah, you're talking about RDNA 2. AMD's prices didn't actually change. They're flat. The one exception being this guy. But realistically, like, what is this guy? Right? Because this is essentially the successor to the 6900 XT. Intel Arc is going down in price. Is it? I don't know about that. There might be some occasional sales, but I don't think it's going down in price. I've been watching Intel's price, and they're pretty much flat across the board. All the Micro Center prices for Intel Arc are all the same since launch. The Intel Arc A770 is still $350 at Micro Center. So it's interesting. But if we look at AMD in a vacuum, though, right? Like, man, I wish I could just delete some of this stuff here. We can delete all this. We don't need this stuff. So this is 6900 XT's price. Then we had 6800 XT's price, 6800. Let's just fill this in. Now, I know there's a 50. We're going to ignore that because that's a refresh. So we're just going to do 6700 XT, 6600 XT, and 6600. We're only going to go down that far. So we only need to predict. I don't know. So here's the thing that's questionable. We don't know if there will be a 7800, but we do know that there should be a 7700 XT. So you guys should remember the price of this was $479 in terms of the price of the 6700 XT. So I expect that to be similar. And then I believe the 7600 XT should be around anywhere from $349 to $379, because that's kind of what this guy was at launch. And then I think this one, the final one, if there is going to be something like that, it would be around $329 or somewhere around there. That's where I expect, or maybe just $300 flat. So I'm just kind of filling in where I think, because if there is a just assume if there's a 7800, that would be $549 or $579, somewhere around there, probably $549. So this is literally just taking all the MSRPs of the RDNA 2 and copy pasting them and just saying that the 7000 series will have the exact same price. That's essentially what I've done. You only have the ASRock AIB. Yeah, but the A750 often goes down in price because no one's buying it. Everyone's just buying the A770 or the 380. $250 for it now. We do this every month until the 7800. Yeah, I feel like at least once a month we have these type of live streams where we talk about the expected price of GPUs. So now let's look at the NVIDIA ones. Because the NVIDIA ones are kind of like... You have... well, let's just do the... Yeah. 4090. 4090 is $15.99. But then you had 3090. The 3090 was $14.99. So you see the problem here? So $100 difference. $100 increase for the flagship. Then we have 4080. 4080? Oh man, this is the one that everybody hates. Everyone hates on the 4080. And for good reason. Let's look at what the increase is. 3080, $699. $500 increase. $500 increase for the second fastest card. Do you understand? Does this make sense now for people who are trying to contemplate why the 4080 is never talked about? Why none of the big YouTubers never even mention its name? It's basically he who shall not be named. Everyone tries to cancel this card, and this is the reason why. That's the reason why. Even though it's actually a pretty good card, all things considered, just a terrible price tag. 4070 Ti. 4070 Ti. What is its price? I always forget. $799? I think $799, right? So this is another card that everyone tries to cancel. So this one, 3070. Well, you know what? I should just do it like this. 3070 Ti. 3070 Ti, guys. $599. $599 MSRP. $200 increase. When everybody complains about like the NVIDIA tax, do you guys know now what we're talking about when we talk about the NVIDIA tax? And now we have 4070, which just launched today. $599. 3070 launched $499. $100 increase. So when I said at the beginning of the stream that I suspect that the 4070 will be the most successful 40 series card in terms of sales volume at release, I stand by that statement because it has the lowest NVIDIA tax gen-on-gen increase versus the others. The further up the stack you go, up to the 40, because typically, historically speaking, the 80 was the Halo card, not the 90. The 90 used to be called Titan, and everyone just ignored it like it didn't exist. So if we remove this, congratulations, NVIDIA. Somehow, they failed to market the 3090, and it was a big meme 8K gaming joke, but somehow everyone worships the 4090 like it's the savior, and it's the second coming. Like, I don't know why, somehow, like, all NVIDIA did was they decided to launch this first, whereas last time they launched 3090 second, they went 3080 first, everybody was like, come on and take my money. Then they do 3090 and everyone just laughs at it. What? It's like, this time around, they go and launch 4090, everyone bows down and worships it like it's the pharaoh. And then 4080 comes out and everyone just ignores it and says it's trash. Like, maybe that's an interesting strategy. Maybe it's better to lead off with your best thing for some reason, if you want it to sell more. If you want to upsell people. $800? Yeah. It already earns points just by not being a behemoth of a card that will not fit in your case. Yeah, but they still decided to bolt on that stupid connector. Don't you guys love how Steve from Gamers Nexus, you know how he always portrays the cards with like the thing dangling? So you know how he'll show you guys like he'll plop the card down and then it'll have like the thing. The cable will like be dangling from the top. He will never disconnect the cable. He'll just like keep it stuck on there. Like he's just being rude or disrespectful because they included that pointless cable. Like, why do they include that cable on a 4070 Founders Edition? That's just so dumb. That's so dumb. On a 200 watt card, they go and put that dumb connector on there. Just because they want it to look nice from a cable management standpoint. Ignoring the fact that probably 95% of PC builders are using old power supplies that are going to have to force them to use that connector, that adapter. It already, yeah, we can get this with an 8-pin. Yeah, I know. I'm not complaining about the AIBs. I'm complaining specifically about the NVIDIA one. I'm complaining about the NVIDIA Founders Edition. Like, why? Hold on. Wait, let's go back to the article. Why did they... Like, okay, this is the problem. Why? Why is this here? Why is this here when they could have put like a single 8-pin and a 6-pin or whatever? You know what I'm saying? Like, do they want to run the risk of people breaking the connector and then begging for them to mail them a new one via an RMA? Like, facepalm moment. They put the 16-pin. They put a 600. They included a 600 watt connector on a 200 watt card. Do you know how absurd that sounds? Do you know how to... It's a tiny... It's literally a tiny card. It's 1 kilogram in weight. And they go and put a 600 watt connector on it. Looking for a great 27-inch 1440... Didn't you just get a 4K monitor? Didn't you just get like a 32-inch 4K? Why are you looking at a 1440p monitor if you have a 4K monitor? This one's also much easier to disassemble than the others. So... But here's like the... Wait. Okay. Here is the 4070 in the middle. So do you guys know what all these other cards are? I know what they are. Now, this one could be 2 different cards on the right here. But I know what all these are. I don't know if that's a good thing or if that's a bad thing. The fact that I know what every single one of these cards are. So, in the chat, list these cards from left to right. What they are. I know which one. I know what they all are. And I'll actually, I think it's... is it in the thing right there? Did they do... Okay, no, they didn't do that. Okay. I thought they were going to show it here, but it's like, no. So... So, these are all kind of interesting, the way they have them here. I do like the Apple-like design of the NVIDIA reference cards. Okay. Well, I guess that's... So, MetPrism got it right on the first try. So, the left card is the 3060 Ti. Then next to it is the 3070. Then we have the 4070 in the middle. Then we have the unusual, but very interesting looking 3070 Ti. This is the 3070 Ti. This is the one that a lot of people don't know what it looks like. But this is the 3070 Ti. Then we have a 3080. Now, however... This 3080 cooler is the exact same cooler on the 3080 Ti. So this could technically be a 3080 Ti. We don't know 100%. There's no way to really know 100%. But just an educated guess would be 3080, just because it's one of the original ones. And not everybody got 3080 Founders Edition cards. Those were kind of very scarce, although they did exist. I mean, I do actually have one. But yeah, like this could be the 3080 Ti. It's the same cooler, but it's most likely a 3080. Because far more of those were produced than 3080 Ti. But yeah, I always found the 3070 Ti to be the really unusual one. If you look at the back side of that one has a unique look. I thought it was kind of interesting because it was the only one that NVIDIA designed specifically for that one card, and then like 3070 and 3060 Ti essentially have the exact same size. I think it might be the lighting here that might make these look a little bit different, because I think these are roughly the same design, just different backplate that has a different label. But 3070 Ti had its own cooler that was not reused for any other card, which I thought that was kind of unique. Super Googly with a super chat. 4090 is the best value. Happy to have bought the first day. Been using it 6 months now. Even if it's better card, even if there is a better card coming out right now, they lose 6 months of top performance. Yeah, there won't be a better card that comes out soon that will be faster than the 4090. There probably will be one, but I don't think we'll see it until Q4 at the earliest. There is potentially a 4090 Ti, or there could be the return of the legendary Titan. We have already seen leaks online of that cooler that exists out in the wild for a card that's larger than the 4090. The rumors are that it's either a Titan or it could be the 4090 Ti. 3090 Ti was not very well received when it came out last year, so I don't know if they're gonna stick with that branding or if they're gonna call it Titan again. I don't know. We'll see. But I don't think that there will be anything that will be faster than 4090 for a while. At least for the next, 4 to 6 months. There may be a 4080 Ti, but the 4080 Ti won't be faster than the 4090. It'll be similar to it though. It'll land right between 4080 and 4090 if I had to guess. And sometimes it'll like skew closer to one or the other depending on the game. So, but yep, thanks for the super chat. Super Googly, I think you're probably one of the top donors. You and Joey, I'm pretty sure. I might actually have to list that in some of my videos. I might have to do like the Patreon thing. I don't have a Patreon, but I might have to list like donors in the credits for some of the videos. But I appreciate the super chat though. It proves to me that these discussions are actually worth doing. Because, sometimes I wonder if somebody starts watching the stream mid-stream, and they just jump in, and either there's some kind of weird drawing in paint, or we're ranting about the prices of something, or usually GPUs, because it's almost always GPUs that everyone complains about when it comes to pricing. But I feel like that might alienate some viewers. Like someone drops in the stream and then there's like this thing showing prices and they're just like, I don't want to be a part of this, or they find it very intriguing. So there was a rumor of a 16 gigabyte 3070 variant. So here's the cool thing about the 4070 that I do want to point out. Good thing you mentioned that 16 gigabyte, because the thing about this card that I found interesting is right here. If you notice, it has 2 spots for extra memory chips that are completely empty. So we have six actual. So you have a total of eight actual memory solder points on the actual PCB, but they're only using 6 of them, and each square is 2 gigabytes of memory. So if it's 6, you double that. That's how you get your 12 gigabytes of memory. So what that means is there could be some other card, potentially, that could have 16 gigabytes, or maybe even just 14 gigabytes. But if you're going to just fill it in with one more, why not just do both? So there could be a 14 gigabyte or a 16 gigabyte card. I'm thinking there could be in the future a 16 gigabyte variant of the 4070. Maybe the 4060 Ti might be a 16 gigabyte card, although I don't really think that makes much sense. Somebody asked me, it wasn't this stream, it was in a previous stream. Someone did ask why the 3060 had a 12 gigabyte frame buffer versus 8 on the 3060 Ti. I really think the answer to that question is cryptocurrency. I do think that somebody at NVIDIA decided to release the 3060 with 12 gigabytes for the cryptocurrency industry. Because back when Ethereum was all the rage and everybody was buying up GPUs to mine Ethereum, you know, the frame buffer is actually what mattered. So you had a lot of these, you had 8 gigabyte cards were kind of the gold standard. But eventually, like if proof of stake never took off, and if proof of work was still a thing, eventually the 8 gigabyte frame buffer would not have been enough. Like I forget what it was called, the DAG file or something. It would have gotten to the point where it needed to be more than 8, or it would exceed 8. And you would have had to bump up to like a 10 gigabyte card or a 12 gigabyte card. So I think that was kind of the vision behind why they made a 12 gigabyte 3060. Because the 3060 was a pretty popular mining card. 3060 Ti was probably even more popular though, now that I think about it. But that price point, like, because NVIDIA was selling direct to mining companies that actually like legitimately had like an LLC operation, and they were buying cards in bulk. Like NVIDIA was literally processing orders a year ago. Well, realistically, like 2 years ago now. But a year ago, they were still doing like volume discounts for bulk quantities of like 30, 60, 12 gigabyte cards. And that's the reason why they did that. So I don't know if the idea behind having these 2 extra potential RAM spots allocated are for that reasoning, or if there is something that they're planning to do with a 16 gigabyte variant. It's one of those things where it's like NVIDIA, if it comes to the gaming market, NVIDIA's like, no, we will tell you how much RAM you need, but realistically, the game developers are the ones who actually say how much RAM you need. So it's kind of weird. The bus width could have been 256. I don't know if it could. I feel like that's I don't know. Yeah, technically you would need to have a wider bus. But it's a strange thing though, the fact that there's these 2 empty spots right here where memory could have gone. And it's just unused, just a waste. Waste of PCB space. Yeah, that rumor was probably died because the mining crash occurred. Like basically, proof of stake finally happened, and that's what killed off mining. So most of these discussions are things you already know. The bus width could have had like 2. See, I don't know. That's almost like a completely different. Maybe it's weird. It's one of those things where it's hard to say, because remember the 3060 had 12 gigabytes, but it was not a 256-bit card. So just because it could have more RAM doesn't mean you have to have a wider bus. It just means that you're not capitalizing on the full potential of the memory bandwidth when you throw more RAM on there, but you don't widen the bus. So that's why the 3060 doesn't perform as good as like a 3060 Ti or a 3070 for that matter. They're just going to reuse the same PCB for other cards. Yeah, but the thing is, like, why would they... You see what I'm saying? Like, they have this PCB. But this PCB is not going to be for a higher end card. You see what I'm saying? Like, this PCB is basically, if they reuse this PCB, what could they turn this into? That's not higher end than this, or that is higher end than this, because we already have the cards that are more powerful than this. You know what? Maybe they could make a 4070 Ti using this PCB, because no, that thing still only has 12 gigabytes of RAM though. But if you look at this, not only do they have 2 empty RAM spots, there's also empty phase and capacitor spots. There's also empty MOSFET. The MOS are also missing. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, and I think there's 5, and there could have been a capacitor here as well. So see, there's more than just the 2 RAM chips that are missing. I guess when they designed this PCB, I'm guessing this could have potentially been designed for a 4080, but they decided not to use this for a 4080 because of whatever reasons. I don't know. 4060, yes, but the thing is, like, 4060 Ti, those are lower end than 4070. They're not going to have more MOSFETs than this card. And this card's already missing a bunch of components. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, they could use this. And realistically, they probably will. This PCB will probably be used for the 4060 and the 4060 Ti. However, don't expect it to have like 16 gigabytes of RAM or have all these extra missing MOSFETs added, because why would they put more stuff on a lower end card than a 4070? You see what I'm saying? 4070 Ti, the thing is using the same board, saves them money instead of designing a different board. No, I get that. But it's like, why would they design this to have these extra spots in the first place? Because the higher end cards already use a different thing. I'm guessing this board can also be used for the 4070 Ti, but for whatever reason, they never released a Founders Edition variant of the 4070 Ti. That's my best guess, just looking at this. The difference is the 4070 Ti would have had more of the phases filled in. The RAM would still be the same. You know, so I don't know. Just kind of strange that they put more like RAM spots here that are not used. Unless an earlier design, maybe an earlier design used a wider memory bus. So what does that mean? Does that mean that next year there'll be a 4070 Super? I hope not. There better not be a 4070 Super. They better never bring back that Super branding ever again. That stuff was the stuff of memes. Who even makes the NVIDIA FE cards? I know Cooler Master makes the cooler. I don't know who actually does the PCB. It might actually be Zotac. But I don't know, really. Oh, no, actually, no. I know who makes... I think PNY. PNY does the professional cards. I don't know if PNY does the FE cards. But it might be PNY. I think Cooler Master makes the actual cooler, though. Or maybe not. I don't know. Maybe the earlier, like... Maybe Pascal and Turing were Cooler Master. I don't know. I don't know who makes the 30 series and 40 series coolers. It's either Cooler Master or it's someone else that I don't know. I know when it comes to AMD, Cooler Master makes the AMD coolers. And PC Partner makes the actual reference boards. Basically Zotac. Newsflash, Zotac makes AMD reference cards, but they sell GeForce cards under their own brand name. It's kind of weird. They can use 1 gigabyte RAM chips on a lesser tier card. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I can see them doing that. You know, good call. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. You have a really good point there. Yeah, they could do that. That's actually probably what they'll do. They might do an 8 gigabyte 4060 that uses like the cheaper RAM, the one gig per die. Yeah, they could do that. This is Micron. Just looking at this, is this the X stuff? Is this G6X? I think it is, right? No, it's G. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, see, there it is. There it is. You always look for that. Look for that M with the circle spinning around like it's the rings of Saturn. There it is, Micron. Remember when we were talking about RAM overclocking? Micron DDR5. There it is, Micron on the FE. Hey, Nisco. You always join like midstream when we've already gotten through all the ranty stuff. Zotac is a double agent. Zotac. Man, I got demonetized because of that Zotac video. Zotac, I don't know who complained, but Zotac demonetized the video. You guys remember that? Do you remember the video where we were talking about the 7900 XTX and who we were looking at the secrets revealed, who makes the reference cooler and who builds the cards, and where the mistake happened in the factory that caused those vapor chambers to fail because they didn't have enough water in them. Remember that? That video got demonetized, guys. Like Zotac did not like that video. It didn't get demonetized for anything that I said. It got demonetized because of the music. Because when I was showing that factory tour video, they had some song. I didn't know that song was a copyrighted song. Like, it sounded like some generic music from whatever, but it's like, no, apparently that's a copyright song. So Zotac. Hey, Zotac's the only GeForce brand that I would get. Just straight up. Like, and I'm legit serious when I say that. Like, if I was gonna buy an Nvidia card, I would buy well, okay, they demonetized that video, so I might have to rethink that. But up until then, like, if I was gonna get a 4090, I would get the Zotac tennis shoe. The Zotac tennis shoe is the 4090 that I would have gotten. Did they review it? Yeah, this is the one. This is the one I would have gotten. It's a tennis shoe. Look. That is a tennis shoe. That's like the underside of a shoe right there. Check that out. This thing looks so good. Like, this is the best looking... This is the best one. Like, I wouldn't buy any 40 series card except either the Founders Edition, but if not the Founders Edition, this one is the only one I would consider. I would not consider any of the others. Just this one. Because it looks like a futuristic electric vehicle or a tennis shoe. Or some kind of sneaker. You gotta get those Air Jordans. It looks like an... I'm probably the only guy who would ever say that. Really? It's good. Wait, am I the only person that would say that I would get a Zotac? Or am I the only person that says that it looks like a sneaker? Like, there it is. Look, that's it, and that's the 4090 Nvidia one. This is the Zotac 4090. It's got style. Look at that. It's got style. You have to admit, it's got style. The 4090 FE looks like equipment. The Zotac one looks like it's from Cyberpunk 2077. Like this thing legit looks like it came right out of Cyberpunk 2077. Don't you guys agree? If there was a computer on the desk in Cyberpunk 2077, the GPU inside the game would look like this Zotac card right here. This is exactly what a Cyberpunk 2077 GPU would look like. It's got that swerve, that smooth, curvy look. Zotac is an A brand. Zotac is actually the best one, but a lot of people don't know that, but oh well. So this is the one to get. And the funny thing is, Zotac, like, I don't think it's this one. The Zotac Trinity. Did they do a review of the Zotac Trinity? The Zotac Trinity is the only AIB. Okay, there's two. There's the PNY. The PNY. Why is it doing this? I want to go to the teardown. Okay. The Zotac Trinity and the PNY. I forget what the name is on the PNY, but those are the only two that I would consider because those are the only two that are like MSRP. All the other ones that are over MSRP, I just ignore those. You would go EVGA. Well, EVGA doesn't exist anymore in the GPU space. So that's why we don't talk about them anymore. Speak of EVGA, on cue with that advertisement for those X Series gaming mice. Speak of the devil, EVGA appears right there. That's too perfect. That's too perfect. That's almost like that was planned. It's almost like this entire stream was like scripted ahead of time. and now an ad from our sponsor. This video was brought to you by EVGA with their X Series gaming mice. Laser focused, wireless Bluetooth. It's all you'll need. If you play MMOs, they've got buttons for days. Okay, anyway, so yeah, like, hold on. Speaking of 4070s, where's the Zotac review? They have to have a Zotac review. There's no Zotac 4070 review? Asus, MSI, Palette, Galax, PNY. Well, there's a PNY. We'll look at the PNY. PNY, there's another PNY. Gainwood, what's this PNY? Is this like the bare minimum? See, like this one looks like it's MSRP. Yeah, I think this one sells at MSRP probably. I mean, it looks like it would sell at MSRP. Like, doesn't this thing look like, this looks like the sort of thing that you'd find in a pre-build. Just saying. Like, this thing would be in a pre-build at Micro Center. Or Best Buy. Well, more likely Best Buy, because you'll find PNY at Best Buy. With all these gamers in here, surely someone can offer opinions on some of the best 1440p monitors. That's the specs. What's the refresh rate, Joey? 27-inch. I mean, I would recommend a 24-inch 1440p, but those are very, very hard to find. In my opinion, 27-inch is too big for 1440p. But a lot of people, like, for most people, that's the only option for 1440. So, because they don't make, as far as I know, you can't get a high refresh 1440 at 24 inches anymore, like you could 5 years ago. They're all 27-inch now, and if you try to get a 24-inch 1440, it's only going to be like a 60 hertz display. So 27-inch 1440 240. Yeah, but what's the monitor though, Nisco? Like he's looking for actual model numbers or names, not just like the spec. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Joey, because it's like I mean, we can look. We can go to Newegg and look at some of them. Gaming monitors. Let's go 27. Actually, we'll do these two sizes. And then we'll do... remove all these 29, 30... Because this is going to give us a bunch of 4K monitors. And then we'll do... 1440. See, I don't know what to tell you. I have no experience with any of these things. I would assume, though, that you want to look for 1 millisecond gray to gray. Or maybe it's 2 millisecond gray to gray. I forget what the metric is. I think it's 1 millisecond. They all say 1 millisecond, though. What's the cheap option for 1440? Probably like $250, like this Acer. Or I mean, you could even get like, well, that's 4. This one. Oh, this is one of those curved ones, though. See, sometimes I think curve is a hard sell, because not everybody likes curved monitors. I don't like curved monitors. But then there's these super expensive things like this BenQ. I don't know why this is $700. I don't understand why. Oh wait, is this false advertising? What? Hold up, is this false advertising at its finest? UHD? They're declaring this as a UHD. They're literally writing UHD right next to 2560. These two things don't belong in the same sentence. Best, not cheap. Well, that best doesn't necessarily mean most expensive either. There's this Samsung Odyssey. This one's 240 hertz. 240 hertz FreeSync Premium Pro. Yeah, here's one. Oh, it's curved though. It's curved though. If you don't like curved, then that won't work. Asus Tough. Hold on, Asus Tough. Is that on here? This one? Is this the Asus Tough? I don't see the word tough. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Asus 27-inch Tough Gaming. It looks like it comes with a really lousy stand, though. In the sense that it's not height adjustable. That may not matter, though. If you're going to put it on a monitor arm, as long as it has the VESA, which I think it does, but it's kind of... Yeah, I think it does. It's got it. It's right there. But why are you trying to get a 1440p monitor? Weren't you looking at 4K monitors before? I'm confused why you're even looking at 1440p monitors in the first place. I guess there's just something that I don't understand what's going on. I mean, realistically, this is what I would do. Here, I'll show you what I would get. I'm just going to show you what I would consider. Oh, look, nothing. They don't have anything that I would consider. That's the problem. Because I would only get like a well, hold on. See, they don't have my screen size. That's the only problem. They used to, but they don't have it anymore. They stopped making 24-inch 1440p monitors. So I hope my 2 monitors that I have never die. What about, what is that? Ratings for monitors that have pretty solid rankings. Running tests on both for oh. You mean 4K and 4. But do you need to do that though? Can't you just run like what I do is if I'm going to benchmark 1440 and 4K, like if I'm benching on the 4K monitor, I'll run all the tests for 4K and then I'll drop the resolution down to 1440 and I'll just run all the tests at 1440, but I'll be using the exact same monitor. So, because the thing is, if you have a 4K monitor, you can do all the tests relatively easily. With a lower resolution monitor, it's more. There's an extra step. I'll just say that. Except if you're on Arc. If you're on Intel Arc and you want to benchmark, like, okay, here's the example I can give you. Like in my case, if I have a 1440p monitor, and if I want to benchmark 1080p, 1440, and 4K, I can do 1080 and 1440 just fine. But if I want to show benchmarks for 4K without having a 4K monitor, what I have to do is I have to turn on something called VSR in Radeon settings. It stands for Virtual Super Resolution. That allows me to virtually select 4K as a resolution, even though the monitor doesn't natively support it. So then what Radeon's driver will do is it'll basically tell Windows, hey, render at 4K, even though the display is at 1440. So it'll kind of like downscale it, or it'll kind of like squeeze it into that smaller monitor. But it'll actually give you the true 4K pixel count. NVIDIA has a similar technology setting that you have to enable in NVIDIA Control Panel. It's called DSR, Dynamic Super Resolution. Now, both AMD and NVIDIA have had this feature for years. Now, this is something that Intel is severely lacking. You cannot do any sort of dynamic or virtual super resolution on Intel today, as far as I know. It doesn't exist in the Arc control. So, running tests. I wish they made a lot of them. I don't know if that's exactly the same. It is the same because it's the same pixel count. It's the same pixel count. The other thing too is if you're doing virtual, so with VSR, if I have a 1440p monitor and if I want to do 4K benchmarks without having a 4K monitor, I can turn on VSR. Now I can turn on VSR and then I have two options. I can set the resolution in Windows to 4K. Then I can go load up the game or whatever I want to benchmark. And I can do that test in either full screen, exclusive full screen mode, or I can do borderless windowed mode if I want. And the borderless windowed mode will still be 4K resolution because of VSR. So that's a way to be able to do borderless full screen benchmarks at a resolution higher than what your monitor actually supports. So yeah, you could do 5K resolutions this way. That's I mean, I haven't really bothered to do 5K or 8K, but potentially you could use DSR or VSR to do that. Now that is something that you cannot test with Intel Arc GPUs though. 5K is too demanding. Why is 5K being mentioned though? Oh, I wish they made a lot more 32-inch 5K. Man, we're barely at 4K. Like, there's only a handful of GPUs that can actually handle 4K, and they're not cheap by any means. So I don't really. Just thinking about 5K is gonna give me a headache. So. Well, okay. Realistically, though, like, just looking at these monitors, like, if I was gonna get one, like, okay. If I assume that if one of my 1440p monitors died today, if I was going to replace it with another 1440p monitor, which one would I get? I would get, first of all, it can't be bigger than 27 inches. It has to be 27 inches. So that would be like step one. Then what I would do is I would do either, people are saying 240 hertz. I would just do 144 hertz myself, because I think, okay, like let me do this. What's the price of 240? See, that's way too much money. No, like I'm not gonna spend this kind of money on a 1440p monitor. That's like a no-go for me. So I would never do that. So no, 240's out. I would do 144. I would do 144 because that will match my 144 hertz 4K monitor. So they'll have the exact same refresh rate. So that's why I would do that. And then I would look at realistically, all this stuff is just too much money. I would just do sold by Newegg. There we go. This looks more realistic. So, probably this Gigabyte. What is this? Gigabyte G2 7Q. Oh, 92% DCI. HDR 400. FreeSync Premium. 1 DisplayPort 1.2. 2 HDMI 2.0. Yeah, this looks pretty good. I mean, 2 USB 3, height adjustable. I'd probably buy this. This is what I would get. What's the, is this IPS? Or is this like a TN or something? Flicker free. It has to be, it cannot be PWM. I don't want PWM. It has to be DC. So it's got that. It has built-in speakers. That's good. That's not a deal breaker, but it's nice to have. And then the VESA mount is there. So yeah, I would get one of these. This is what I would get. Like, if you're only going to use this to benchmark games and you're not actually going to use it like for work or whatever, just get one of these. It's $250. It's not that expensive. You know, you'll be able to do all the benchmarks on it. It still has the benefit of FreeSync. It doesn't break the bank. Yeah, this is what I would get. It's not curved. So, it's got the monitor arm. Yeah, I just get one of these. People tend to recommend Gigabyte monitors. I don't think this is the one that everyone's crazy about, but I would just get one of these. But, oh, can you simulate 27 1440 on a 32? Yeah, you would just set the resolution to... You would just set it to 1440p. In Windows, you just set the display to 1440. Still using 48-inch C1 as monitor? Anyone on Reddit who said you can't tell pixels from 4K should try that? Yeah, the larger the display, the higher the resolution makes a lot more sense. But I still use my 4K monitor, even though it's like, the reason why I'm using a 27-inch 4K as opposed to the larger one is because I sit, like, okay, if I put my hand out right here so you guys can see, this is almost touching the monitor. So I'm sitting about this far. I'm sitting about well, okay, a lot of people are probably thinking metric system, but I'm about a little more than 2 feet away from the monitor, from a 4K 27-inch monitor. And I'm using the monitor at 100% native DPI scaling. So everything is really small and sharp. And everything looks really crisp. At 27-inch 4K. So that's how I do 27 inches at 4K. But for 1440, so now for you guys wondering, like I have 2 monitors on the left and the right. So my right arm over here is almost touching the 1440p monitor. That's a 24-inch 1440p monitor at 100% DPI scaling. And then I have the one over here that's showing the Newegg Gigabyte thing on screen. This is the left 1440, and this is another 24-inch monitor. So the reason why I always go for the reason why I advocate for the smallest size possible with the highest resolution available is because I like having more than one display for the content broadcasting, etc., right? Because I can have you guys, I can have the chat on one monitor, I can have like the screen that I'm sharing on another monitor, And then I can have like OBS and Discord and Steam library, etc., all that other stuff on another monitor. So I am way too used, or I'm too used to using 3 monitors that I can't function from a workflow standpoint without 3 monitors. Like I have to have 3 monitors. So some people would say, well, just get like a big curved ultra wide. I don't like that because then everything has to be, you almost always have to have everything in a windowed mode. You can't really you can't full screen stuff with ease, right? So that's why. Which is mini LED? What are you talking about? Oh, Neo G8 32 4K. 32-inch 4K is like 108 ppi, right? Yeah, pixels per inch. More like, well, I don't know what it is. All I know is 27. Hold on. Monitor visual acuity. Or something like that. What was the website? TFT Central Visual Acuity. Okay. No. Okay, look at this. Okay, this is gonna blind people. Hold on. Check this out. We've talked about this on a previous stream. So this is how I suggest you should be buying monitors. Right here. So this is how I've always this is what I've used as the reference to back up my claim for why I recommend 24 inches for 1440p. Because if you look at this, look at this. This table is based off of somebody with normal 20/20 vision. So if somebody has natural 20/20 vision, or if they're using corrective lenses that give them 20/20 vision, these are the recommended screen sizes with the smallest fitting resolution. So 21.5 can go all the way up to 2336 by 1314p. That obviously is a non-standard resolution. So what I like to say is 21.5 is the best screen size for 1080p. 1080p. If you're gaming at 1080p, you should be on a 21.5 or a 22-inch monitor. Anything above that is way too big. Way too big unless you have poor vision. 23 inches. Again, see, look. 23 inches is creeping up on 1440p. But look at this. 23.8 inches. Basically 24 inches. 16 by 9. 2592 by 1458p. That is basically 1440p. That is slightly higher than 1440p, but it's negligible. So this is the reason why I advocate for 24-inch 1440p, because that makes sense from a visual acuity standpoint. There's like a whole bunch of math to back up these claims. I'm not just making this up. So, and I've been using 23.8-inch 1440p since 2017, and that's still my favorite ideal screen size and resolution, that ratio. So, see, like 1600p, like the 16 by 10, that should be a 24-inch display. So I don't understand why all these monitor manufacturers gave up on building the smaller screen size and started building like everything at 27 inches. Yeah, but see, people can also just be wearing glasses, though. Like, if you're wearing corrective lenses, then the corrected vision would be 20/20 vision. So, unless the prescription is outdated, right? Unless it was never updated. So, I mean, I understand that, but what I'm saying is like this is the most ideal, because even in my case, So I have this monitor, right? Like I have two of these on the left and the right. The monitor that I'm sharing right now, like the screen that you guys are looking at, this is actually a 24-inch 1440p monitor. And it is actually at 1440p resolution. Now, we are viewing it at 200% magnification for YouTube. But if I was to look at it naturally, this is what I would be reading it naturally. Like if I was not streaming, and if I was just browsing the web, this is how I would be reading this article right now. Like, this is what it would look like to me at 1440p on a 24-inch monitor. But obviously, we got people watching, so we're having to zoom in because you're not watching this full screen. So, but if you look, if we go up to 27 inches, this is only just slightly larger than 1600p. So it's still in the realm of being close to 1440. If we want to estimate 4K, 4K is 2160p. So it's 3840 by 2160, which isn't even listed on this chart, which means you would need to go all the way up to probably like 38 to 40 inches. If you have 20/20 vision, 4K should be around 40 inches. In fact, I think they talk about that in the article. So, but anyway, the one thing that's not taken into account here is how far away you sit from the display, because that actually changes the math a lot. And they talk about that here. So they even explain in this paragraph. Sitting at 65 centimeters is already a 7.7% increase in linear resolution compared to 70 centimeters at 60 centimeters. That's a 16.7%. Those 4K 24-inch displays suddenly make a lot more sense. So basically what they're saying is if you're sitting really close to your display, then you can go for a much higher resolution at a much smaller screen size. That's the reason why you have laptops that are like 4K monitors on like a 15-inch laptop. Also, 2020 is already not best vision, but average vision. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's true. I have around 20/20 vision, and 1440 looks fine on 27. I haven't used a 24-inch for like 15 years. Yeah, this seems like this could be a good topic for like a separate video, now that I think about it. I don't think there's a lot of info on this sort of topic. Like talking about not just the screen size and the pixel density, but also how far away you're sitting from the display. Because I can't imagine trying to use like a 40-something inch 4K panel with it literally right in front of me on my desk. I just think that's like too much like moving my head around trying to see where things are. Like I just don't think that would be fun to play a game with a display that large. Because there's too many things that are going to be like in and out of your peripheral vision. Whereas if you have a 27-inch 4K, everything's literally right in front of you. First monitor was a 1440 by 900p with 75 hertz. So you have to consult with an ophthalmologist in order to buy a monitor. Yeah, I mean, you kind of do. Do you guys remember when VR headsets first came out? People had to go to an optometrist or an ophthalmologist just to get their interpupillary distance measured for their Oculus or their HTC Valve index. Remember that? Do you guys remember that stuff? Like when VR headsets first came out, there was this whole thing about like going to the eye doctor to get your eyes measured to know what what the measurements were so you could key those in for the VR headset. You guys remember that stuff? I remember that. So I guess to answer your question, Marcelo, you don't have to go to an ophthalmologist if you want to buy a monitor, but you do have to go to an ophthalmologist to buy a VR headset. You probably have to go to an optometrist Not necessarily ophthalmologist, but an optometrist to buy a monitor. Can you imagine, like, going to an optometrist or an eye doctor and asking them, like, or they ask you, like, what brings you in today? And you're like, I need your help with buying a monitor. I need your medical advice on, should I get are my eyes capable of handling a 27-inch 4K monitor, or do I have to be at 1440p? I have my 40-inch 4K 60 connected to my PC, and it's around 4 feet away. But see, okay, that's the thing. Like, I need to find the equation for that. Okay, I think it's... No, that's horizontal. There's somewhere in here, like... So there's some kind of ratio. Like, the further away you go from... See, then they start talking about what defines a retina display. A retina display. So, like, for instance, my 27-inch 4K monitor is considered a retina display because in order to meet Apple's requirements for a retina display, the monitor's resolution has to be greater than the smallest fitted resolution for that size and that horizontal field of view. So, it's really weird. There's like a lot of math behind this. Horizontal field of view equals 2 times the arctangent of the screen diagonal. So this would be, so D is the screen size. So like 27 inches times 2.54 times A to B is the aspect ratio. So A is 16. So 27 times 2.54 times 16 divided by 2 times the square root of 16 squared plus 9 squared times the viewing distance. Okay, there it is. VD, the viewing distance in centimeters. See, this is the sort of thing, though, that no one really talks about. Like, everyone says, oh, well, I sit 4 feet away from my monitor, or I sit 2 feet away from my monitor, right? Like, that is what is affecting what's called horizontal field of view. So the reason why I don't like the idea of using a big monitor is because I'd be like 2 to 2.5 feet away from it. I don't want a big 40-inch monitor like 2.5 feet away from me. That's just way too close. And if I put it further back, first of all, I don't even think my desk... See, my desk isn't wide enough to fit that, unless I was going to like wall mount the display. But then at that point, that makes it more inflexible if I ever wanted to move my setup around. So that's the reason why it's like, I'd rather just keep the monitor 2.5 feet away and just like have 2 side monitors. And because I have the side monitors, I have to have as small as possible in the middle. So that's why I'm going with 27 inches. So, yeah, but this could be some interesting... See, viewing 4K. See, there's like a lot of stuff. This is a really good article, though. Like, this is the best one that I've referenced time and time again. Every so now and then, like, when someone asks me about, like, monitors and stuff. If it ever ends up getting super technical in terms of, like, well, what resolution, how large is the display, and then, like, where's it going to go? Are we talking about a TV in the living room? Are we talking about something on a desk? You know, that's when all of this stuff comes into play. So, your vision is probably 1440p at best. That statement makes no sense. Like, that's the sort of thing, like, if you ask ChatGPT, if you tell ChatGPT my vision is probably 1440p at best, you might actually crash it. I actually had to think about that for a second. If a human has to process that, can you imagine? My vision is probably 1440p at best. Your vision is a resolution. I saw Meg, yeah, the AI 1300p. Yeah, we're streaming off of that power supply right now. Do you think the price is justified? Not really. I think it's too much money, but the thing is, like, the problem is, if you're going to be an early adopter of the newer standard, you always end up having to pay more to be an early adopter. That's just the reality of it. Now, you could get, like, the 1000 watt. You could get the MSI MPG 1000 or AI 1000. Okay, well, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. MSI MPG 1000 watt. There it is. This one. Wait, yeah, this one. This one has the connector. See, it says 4080, 4090 compatible. Yeah, this is it. The 12 volt, I always like to say the 12 very high power, but it's actually the 12 volt high power, and whatever the WR stands for. But basically, you could get this. It's a lot cheaper. It's only going to be rated for 1000 watts as opposed to 1300 watts. But hey, you're saving like $160 for 300 watts less capacity. So if you scale down to, oh wait, you're asking, wait, one more question about that. How do you know how much power your streaming system draws under load? It depends on the game. So I'm using, you can see what we're streaming on in the description, but we're using a 7950X and a 7900 XTX. At full load, I mean, if I'm playing a game that has a frame rate uncapped, it can be, like 500 watts. Over 500 watts, potentially. Now, I don't overclock any of my hardware. I do not recommend overclocking or undervolting anything if you want to do streaming, because you need stability. Stability is key. If you want to live stream, if you want to just do streaming content or just content creation in general, like rendering videos in Adobe or Resolve, you do not want to be messing around with overclocking unless you don't mind having to spend hours like stability testing. And a lot of that can be done, while not even in front of the computer. But the thing is, like, you can go and test whatever overclock stability tests, OCCP or whatever. You can do like whatever tests you want, and it'll pass those tests. Then you go and you start streaming, and then your PC like crashes or the game crashes or every so now and then, like whatever, like that kind of stuff that's happening. That means that the overclock's not stable. So at bare stock, probably like if I don't cap the FPS, probably like 500 watts, if I'm guessing, because the CPU is going to be like, well, the CPU, if you're just streaming a game, it's not going to use that much. Like the 750X is like 70 to 100 something, and then the GPU is going to be like 350 watts, so that's the bulk of it. So the 350 plus an extra 100, I just say 100, like, 450. Then you have to include all the other stuff. So, like the fans, the peripherals, all that stuff. That's the reason why I'm saying like 500, 550. So, but if you're doing stuff like overclocking and all that stuff, that's going to scale up the power. So yeah, you're going to be more at like 600. But if you play a game and you're capping the frame rate at like 144 hertz or whatever based off of your monitor, like what I do typically, then it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so Joey's saying, if you scale down a 4K to 1440, is there still double the pixels as the 4K is having to try to simulate? No. If you take 4K and you change the resolution in Windows to 1440p, you now effectively only have 1440p level of pixels being rendered on the screen. Even though the physical panel is a 4K panel, you're not actually rendering 2160p any longer if you change it to 1440p. You're only rendering whatever you set the display resolution to or the in-game resolution to. So meaning, if you have a 4K monitor and then you have a physical 1440p monitor, and if I take the 4K monitor and I change the resolution in Windows down to 1440p, and I have another monitor that's native 1440p, and I run the exact same benchmark, I will get the exact same score on both displays. My RAM is overclocked. I can guarantee you, Joey, that is how every reviewer on YouTube benchmarks the different resolutions. No one's benchmarking with different monitors. Like Hardware Unboxed, Gamer, all of them, like they're all benchmarking. They're all using a test system, and they're using one monitor, and they're like downscaling the resolution or upscaling the resolution. That's all they're doing. RAM is overclocked, CPU is overclocked, GPU is underclocked. My system was 8-hour stability, tested 4 years ago, still going. You can overclock 4080 easily with plus 200 and be stable. 4K equals 2.2, yeah. What CPU, PSU? Well, I guess, what are you looking, what sort of system are you building? I should ask, Sailor. Like, what are you actually going to build? That's what I would ask. That's what I need to know. A 10700 with the VGA, yeah. So that's like, the 10700 is what is that? Like a 150 plus the 300. So again, it's like 550. It ends up being like the same at full load with the overclock. So yeah, I would say a rule of thumb would be the graphics card is going to be the biggest thing that determines what your power supply is. In most cases. The only exception is if you're going to build a true workstation. And by true workstation, I'm talking about Threadripper Pro. Threadripper Pro is going to require a pretty significant power supply compared to any of the new Zen 4 CPUs or any of the Intel CPUs. 7950 or X3D with the XTX for gaming and productivity. Yeah, I would say a 1000 watt would be fine, Sailor. That would be a safe bet. If you want to go 1200 or 1300, that's up to you. What else are you gonna like install any other additional add-in cards or peripherals and that sort of thing? Like, for example, capture cards for 4K, like 10 gigabit NIC, additional add-in stuff like Thunderbolt, those sort of things. It's not going to make a big difference, but I mean, that's the only other thing I would ask. 850, I don't know about that. The problem with 850 is you don't know what their transient behavior is. You're basically playing the lottery if you buy an 850 watt, unless you know for a fact what the OEM is. Because the problem is there's the transient loads. Thunderbolt, okay, so then you're going to look at like a Tai Chi or something. So there are motherboards that already include Thunderbolt, and there are ones that can add Thunderbolt. And I'm talking about AMD motherboards when I'm saying this. So like, this one includes Thunderbolt on an AM5 platform. You can see the Thunderbolt logos right there on the back. So if I was going to build a PC with Thunderbolt, content creation, 7950X, or maybe the X3D, and a 7900 XTX. Basically, if I was going to build my computer again, and if I was going to choose a different power supply than the one that I already have, I would probably just get this. I would literally just get this. Because I know that this power supply includes the 12 volt high power connector, which means that it can handle the transient loads of the 7900 XTX, even though the XTX doesn't use that cable. And this gives you future proofing in the sense that it puts you on that ATX 3.0 standard, so that next time around, if AMD decides to adopt that newer connector, and NVIDIA will probably continue to use that adapter, you have that available, regardless of what GPU you are going to be using in the near term, if that makes sense. So I would probably get this. In fact, when I went to Micro Center, the day that I made that video, or I guess it was a few days before I made that video, but the video I did for the Meg AI 1300 watt power supply from MSI. So originally, the story behind that is I originally went there to buy this power supply, but this power supply was completely sold out when I got there. So I asked them, what else do they have that includes the very high power cable? And they're like, well, we got the 1300 watt, but it's like a lot more money. So I was like, okay, what is that? And then they told me what it was. I'm like, okay, I'll just get one of those. So yeah, like either this or the one that I did the video on would be good. But again, you know, that other one, you're spending a lot more money. But the thing is, you know, the old saying, don't cheap out on your power supply, because the power supply is the heart of your system. If the heart goes, everything else goes with it. You have 2D and 3D profile. 3D is underclocked for maximum efficiency because I don't want my room to heat up that much. Yeah, and that's the reason why I would never overclock my graphics card, regardless of what graphics card I'm using. If I'm going to be live streaming and playing like Hogwarts Legacy or some game that's pretty intensive to run like Last of Us, I don't want my room like heating up so much if I'm going to be streaming for like 4 hours. Can you imagine that? So yeah, I advocate for stock all the way. Like, overclocking is fine if you're doing what Joey does and you're going for world records. Then yeah, overclocking is fun and that makes sense. But for actual work, for actual like peace of mind, stability, I don't have to think about whether or not I fully tested the stability or not. Nor do I need to even bother wasting time doing that. Like, just run it stock. It's good enough. Like, you'll never notice the difference. You've run... Wait. You didn't know the 4080 could reach RDNA 3 clock levels? I've run that for years, and running 7950X and 3090 Ti, running graphics, that's their business unit. Yeah. The set will not pull 600 watts with what I'm doing. Really? Really? Because the 3090 Ti... I mean, the 3090 Ti uses a lot of power. Like, even at stock, it uses a lot of power. I am so sad that I have a 7800 X3D on hand, but that this master is out of stock in the whole EU. What, did everybody just watch my video and because of the tier list, now everybody wants the Aorus Master? Do you guys know that PC World today PC World did like a 3-4 hour live stream for Brad Shoemaker building a new PC, and he chose the Aorus Master for his, like, the X670E Aorus Master and the 7950 X3D. He basically chose the 7950 X3D and the Aorus Master, and like, well, okay, that's more validation that the Aorus Master is an S-tier motherboard, because, and for all the reasons that I mentioned, and some of the things that he mentioned were things that I knew about, but I didn't want to make that video longer than it already was, because I could have mentioned more things about every single one of those motherboards, but I didn't want the video to be like 45 to an hour long, and I already tried to cut as many things out, and the video still ended up being super long. So that's something that I've been struggling to do. I've been trying to make my videos shorter, but it's just there's so much information in some of these videos, it's hard to condense it. But Aorus Master is probably the best AM5 motherboard for the money. It's not, I wouldn't say it's the absolute best, because, you know, like the Ace and the Extreme have some things that this board does not have. But for the money, it's really hard to argue against this motherboard. It has very few shortcomings. Like, it has a lot of positive things. The thing about it is, I wonder how Gigabyte determined. The thing that amazed me about this Aorus Master, because the longer I've had this motherboard, the more I feel like whoever designed this motherboard, and this applies to a lot of Gigabyte's motherboards, like, they must have surveyed or did a lot of case studies to figure out, like, what the future of the desktop PC would look like. Because I feel like Gigabyte got it right when it comes to the PCIe spacing. The way that they chose to place the second PCIe slot so far down away from the primary PCIe slot is like perfect timing, because today we have massive coolers on the 4090, the XTX, the 4080, the 7900 XT, etc. Even cards like the 4070 Ti have overbuilt coolers for no reason at all. But because of the spacing, like what I was watching their live stream, and Brad made a statement that I was thinking, man, I knew I should have mentioned that when I said this was an S tier board, because he said that the spacing of the second slot from the first slot is perfect, and it is so perfect. I could, like, literally, I can fit 2 GPUs. I could put if I wanted to, I could put a 4090. Well, you guys know I already have the XTX. The XTX cooler is just as big as the 4090's cooler. Like, I can fit the Red Devil 3.5 slot, almost 4 slot cooler right here. And if I wanted to, I could put an Intel Arc right underneath it in the second slot, and it would fit just fine. That's actually, I don't have the Devil, but it's like in the other PC. Like, if I show you guys, just duplicate this tab here, and if I do X670 Aorus Elite AX, this one. So this is the motherboard that I'm using with the XT, or the 7900 XT, the 7950 X3D, and the Intel Arc. So in this motherboard, notice how they have the exact same spacing. So right now, on this motherboard, this is a more budget motherboard. This is less than $300. This motherboard is like $260, $270, somewhere around there. So this one has a 7900 XT in the primary slot, and then it has an Intel Arc A770 in the second slot, and it fits just fine. There's plenty of room, no issues. Now, if I had a different board, like, say, like an Asus Crosshair, for example, Crosshair Hero, or a Strix E-E, that the second slot on the Strix is higher up. So the problem is, if you put in like a big Juggernaut 4090 or an XTX with a massive 3.5-inch cooler, you might be able to still install that that card underneath it, but it will be so close, like, guaranteed your second card that's plugged in down here is going to definitely obstruct the fan on your primary GPU. Yes, I do plan to do an X or a B650 tier list. The comment was screaming for that video. Yeah. I don't know what happened. I think, like, but see, this, I don't know how Gigabyte, like, looked into a crystal ball and was like, there's going to be really, really big, fat, 3.5-inch coolers. So we need to put the PCIe slots all the way down here. Like, that was the most big brain, genius move on Gigabyte's part. Now, some of the others do have the same thing. Like, I guess if we look at ASRock, see, so like ASRock has one all the way down here, which is good. But then they have this one that's right here in the middle. This X1 slot is going to be completely useless if you install a 4090 sized cooler. You won't be able to use this PCIe slot at all. So, and I know the Asus cards suffer from that problem dramatically. So that is the reason why, like, the Aorus, at least Gigabyte this time around, is probably the smartest one in terms of functionality. Does your Noctua fit on the board? Yes, it fits. How much space between the cooler and the GPU? So there's a video on my channel that actually shows the spacing, but the thing is, like, if I had to kind of eyeball it, there's not a lot of space at all. But the thing is, with the Aorus Master, there's a button. There's literally an easy latch button over here that you press, which is spring-loaded to pull back the latch on your primary PCIe slot. So even if you have a big Noctua cooler here, like I do, I'm actually using the D15, it's not an issue. I can just press this button and the GPU will unlatch without me having to dig between the fin stack. Now on this one, so the fun fact, like, this is the one that I do all the benchmarking videos with. So, and this one has the 7950X 3D. So this one doesn't have that button, but it does have a much larger kind of, like, how do I describe it? Like the surface area where you press to unlatch the GPU is much, much larger. I think there's a, let me see, this is a video. Yeah, so we can look at this. See that? It's right there. And I've been able to reach this despite having the Noctua NHD15 right there. So no issue. So, and I've been using air coolers. I don't use any liquid coolers currently right now. Like, technically I say it's a D15, but that's actually incorrect. So for this motherboard, for the 7950X3D, I'm using an NHD14, which is the previous generation of the D15. So the D15 is on the master, cooling the 7950X. The D14 is cooling the 7950X3D. So, but the thing is, they're the same size, so it's like, it's still gonna be like covering up this Gen 5 drive here. So if you want to see, I guess the best video the best example I can give you is the video that I did for, hold on, let me find it. Let me find it over here. I did a video for the PCIe Gen 5 SSD. And I think that one, hold on. Oh, how do I get that back in here? Okay, so this video, where is it? Okay, so you can see right here, this is the Aorus Elite. This is not the Master, this is the Elite. But the same spacing, right? So there's a Thunderbolt 4 add-in card installed right here. That's in the second slot. So actually, let me back up here. So here you can see Intel Arc. So there's Intel Arc. If you have a triple slot cooler, it's going to come down one more, but it's not going to be anywhere near the second PCIe slot. So let's kind of skip to the part where we put the drive in, because I want to show you, you'll be able to see the spacing here. So I installed the PCI Gen 5 SSD. And you can see, look, I'm able to get at this without doing anything with the cooler. I just leave the cooler where it is. I just have to take the graphics card out to get to it. And then we're going to go ahead and put this in. Let me see it. I'm trying to get... So, see, there you go. So see how it fits underneath the air cooler? And here's the thing that I want to add. I just want to add something about this because one thing that's nice about using air cooling is like every time I think of air cooling versus liquid cooling, I always think from practicality, air cooling always wins because here's the thing. I don't have to run this fan. And because, well, technically you don't have to if you're on a liquid cooler, but because I have this Noctua right next to it, there is some air from the fans on the Noctua that overflow across this Gen 5 heatsink. So it's getting some supplementary or auxiliary cooling from the CPU cooler. So I can passively cool this Gen 5 drive without using this fan. So I can leave the fan disconnected and let the Noctua air cooler for the CPU actually add some cooling to this Gen 5 drive. Now that's kind of a tangent, so let me just kind of skip over here. In terms of how many lanes, especially if it's on like an X4, because most of these new motherboards, did I show you? Oh yeah, right here. I'll show it to you here in a little bit. So watch. So with the GPU in, watch this, because you wanted to see the spacing. So there you go. This is the D14/D15, and you can see the spacing between the graphics card and the air cooler. And you can see that everything fits in. The Gen 5 drive fits in perfectly. Okay, so that's basically all I wanted to show on that. I think I also show the, let me see, do I zoom in on this? Somewhere in here, I know I show the, there it is. So I shine a light in here so you guys can kind of see, like, this is how it is when it's operating. So see, there's the distance. There's the distance between the latch for the fan and where the bottom or the top of the GPU is. And there's the Gen 5 drive underneath. Okay, what was Joey saying? Running the X just ran. The graphics pulls more than a normal graphics card design workload for a second. It hit 634 watts. Most of the time it was low 500. Okay. Yeah, and see, that's kind of what I was saying, right? Like I kind of gave you a ball figure number around 500 watts in my mind. That's kind of what I would just kind of throw out as estimate. Yeah, the 1000 watt MSI MPG is fine. There's a whole mine worth of metal on that. Yeah. And some people have asked me about the fans, like why my fans aren't that brown color, like they're a different color. They look cooler than normal. That's because these are not the fans that actually originally came with the cooler. So these fans are Noctua fans. They are Noctua fans, but they are a different variant of the exact same original fans. So these are called the Redux fans. So these are kind of like a silver and a gray, more like a neutral finish. They actually look a lot better than the default brown and beige colored ones. So, but yeah, those are the same exact fans that would go on it normally, but I just like swapped them for the Redux fans. You don't understand why they make mini size 2mm size blades? I don't know. I don't get it. I do expect to see some more elaborate cooling designs for Gen 5 drives going forward. because, like I said in the video, this motherboard came with this like really cheap thing of metal, which is totally fine for Gen 4, but this is completely inadequate for Gen 5. And they shipped the board with this thing on the right for Gen 5 cooling. That is totally not sufficient for Gen 5 cooling. So, but the Aorus Master comes with a really big heatsink that is sufficient for Gen 5. Just the Aorus Elite does not, despite the fact that it's a Gen 5 slot. So just keep that in mind. Yeah. So the air coolers, they don't have any issue in terms of clearance. At least with the Gigabyte motherboards. The 3090 Ti draws more power than the 4090. Yeah, it does. It does. The 3090 Ti is the highest wattage GPU that I've ever owned. I think Joey would agree. Joey also has a 3090 Ti. Are you using thermal paste or a carbon pad with your cooler? Any thoughts? I'm just using thermal paste. I don't really, I don't know. I mean, hold on, let me find the video. Did we do, where's the video on this? Unboxing a PC build? Okay, so, I mean, I show you guys what I do for the thermal paste. I got so many well, not so many comments. Occasionally, there's always, like, somebody who comments on, like, how to apply thermal paste. So, the thing is, here's the thing. So, I upgraded this. So, look. This is me removing a 7700X and swapping it for a 7950X3D. And I remember when I built this PC back in November, I got a bunch of comments on that PC build video saying that that's not enough thermal paste. That's not enough thermal paste. It's too small. It's a rise screen. So, watch this. I use a Be Quiet screwdriver to remove a Noctua cooler. And then I reveal the thermal paste. Remember, I put a tiny little rise screen. And a tiny little rise screen gets you all of that. It even reached all the way out to the little, like squares on the end. Tiny rise screen. That's all you need. You'll see me put another one on the new CPU. And you can see it's fully covered. In fact, it looks like I lapped it down, actually. Now I think about it. The 7700X. So, no thermal paste needed if you move to Alaska. Well, if you go to the North Pole or something, yeah. So see, now I just clean up. I don't use any alcohol. I don't do anything. All I do to remove the thermal paste, I just take a tissue paper. You could even just use toilet paper. You literally just wipe the thermal paste off, and that's it. So I recommend a thermal paste. I've never had any issues with temperatures. As long as you apply it correctly, everything should be fine. So I'll always just recommend thermal paste. So carbon pads, I guess they're okay, but I've never used them other than buying AMD graphics cards that came with them pre-installed. Like, for example, Radeon 7 has one. I think the 6900 XT that I have has one. I don't know about the newer cards though, like the 7000 series cards. If thermal paste spills on an exposed part of the Ryzen 7000? Oh, you mean on on one of these? Like on this? On those SMID components? I think if you get some thermal paste on there, the thermal paste itself, at least the one that I use, is non-conductive. But if you use one that's like liquid metal or it's conductive, then that could be a problem. You definitely want to make sure that you remove that before you apply the cooler and before you, like, you know, cable everything up. But if you get non-conductive thermal paste on here, it shouldn't be an issue. Yeah. So you'll see, yeah, watch here. So this is the thing where people are always like so quick to say that they think that the way I put thermal paste is like wrong, but it's like, okay, I proved that the temps are normal at the end. So watch, like literally, look, that's all I put. That is exactly the same thing that I put on the 7700X, and that is going to get a perfect spread, and it's not going to spill over onto the smids. It's not going to spill over onto the bracket. And you'll see what the temperatures look like later on in the video. Well, we're not going to just watch the whole video, but I'm just kind of showing you guys, like, it's not rocket science, is what I'm trying to say. Like, people were saying that you have to apply the thermal paste with an applicator. You can do that if you want, but in my experience, totally not needed. Like, totally not needed. You just, Der Bauer sells the rubber sealing. Yeah, but I think that's for people that want to do, like, if people are going to lap the processor, they're going to, like, sand it down or file it down, and they're going to use liquid metal, then, yeah, then you definitely want, if you're going to be using something like liquid metal or some sort of exotic thermal paste that's conductive, then his little insulator pad makes sense for those scenarios. But for what I do, I like to keep it simple. I don't bother overcomplicating stuff. It's just unnecessary to me. So I just build it like that, and it works. So, and the reason why I just like the air cooler, because I never have to think about leaks. I never have to think about a pump failing, or any of that stuff, or the cooler's like 5 years old. You know, how much of the liquid has escaped through the porosity of the tubing, etc. I don't have to think about any of that stuff with air cooling. How often does one swap thermal paste? I honestly never do. I never do. But the thing is, like, the reality is I probably change my computer. Not change, but I'll take it apart like you guys see in this video. Probably every 2 to 3 years, like in a refresh cycle. So, to me, it's never a problem. But, you know, I've had computers, like my old i7 from 2013. I never swapped the thermal paste on that. Even after it was no longer my primary computer. And it never had any issues. The AMD FX computer, same thing. Never swapped it and never had any issues. So, what do I want to show here? I just kind of want to show, like, there's the temperatures right there. So this is max load off a Cinebench, and it's getting up to like 87 on the average. The T die is 88. So there you go. And then the idle temperatures, or the standard temperature, standard operating, is like in this range. So that's all you need, a rice grain. You don't need to overthink the thermal paste stuff. Yeah. In the exposed part, those capacitors already have a layer of glue or something insulating them. Hard to see. Oh, it does? Let me go back. Oh, yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think there was something coating them. Yeah, it's hard to see in the video. Yeah, well, the 7800X3D, though, that's a really nice CPU for, like, Star Citizen. Oh, man, that thing is the king of gaming when it comes to Star Citizen and MMOs in general. Any kind of unoptimized game, like Star Citizen, or some Korean MMO, yeah, that CPU is the best one, hands down. It beats all of these other ones. All the dual CCDs, all the Intel stuff, all the other AMD stuff that has higher frequency. Insulator pad is for condensation. Oh, so is it for like XOC? Is that what his rubber sealing thing is for? Is it for like sitting underneath the cold plate? Maybe. See, I think it's also for liquid metal though. But the thing is, you don't want the liquid metal like dripping over to any of these things and bridging some context. Arctic Silver 5. Isn't that the conductive stuff? I think that's conductive, isn't it? I think I still have like some Arctic Silver that I never used from over a decade ago. There's a cooler that goes just below ambient and it can cause condensation. Oh, you're talking about the chiller? Well, I mean, anything with LN2 will do that. Right? Anything with LN2 is going to go below ambient. Very, very quickly, I might add. So that'll definitely cause condensation. But yeah, that's all you need to do. It's not hard. Sometimes when I read the comments of people saying you're not putting enough thermal paste or you have to spread it normally. No, see, those people are going to end up with a messy CPU when they take that cooler off, where there's going to be like too much thermal paste. I mean, it's not wrong what they're saying, but they're just going to end up with a more messy cleanup process when they do a CPU swap. That's the only difference. That is the brand. Oh, Arctic Silver. No, what? What's the... You're talking about an Arctic Silver cooler? This is closer to a regular water cooler? Oh, I think you're talking about a... Are you talking about phase change? Are you talking about a phase change cooler? Like a refrigerator? Like something with refrigerant. Like people would make fun of Intel years ago because Intel had like a chiller on... I forgot what CPU they were using when they did a live demo one time. I don't see how a cooler can go below ambient unless it's doing phase change. How can you get below ambient if... Oh, I guess the water temperature... You'd have to have a very, very big custom loop, though. Not. There's no AIO. There's no AIO that can stay below ambient, though, because the water will essentially like absorb all the heat and go to ambient, and be slightly above ambient. So that shouldn't generate condensation, because that's the thing. Like all the AIOs are designed to not create condensation, because condensation is a big no-no. For anyone that's trying to sell you an AIO. Like if an AIO can generate condensation, that means that it's really good at what it does, but it's not good for like the fact that it's creating liquid on your motherboard. Like that's not necessarily a good thing. It's too good. EK thing. Oh, yeah. But see, that's what I'm saying. Like, it has to be some kind of massive custom loop water block. Yeah. But yeah, there's no standard AIO that can do that. I guess you weren't talking about AIOs. Suffering from success. Yeah, it's just too good. It's small. It's small and it can go below ambient. Are you sure you're not talking about some kind of technology from outer space? It's small and it can go below ambient? Can it do that in the middle of summer? That really sounds like phase change to me. I've never heard of like a standard liquid cooler that can go below ambient and sustain that. I don't know. That doesn't... something doesn't add up there. Something's missing. Anyway. Alright, well, I think... the issues with the stream at the beginning with the AV1 not working, I'll have to figure that out, why I wasn't able to actually stream an AV1. I don't know if you have to be in some kind of beta sign up or whatever to get access to the AV1. Because I tried to push an AV1 stream straight to YouTube and it wouldn't let anybody watch it, so I don't know what the deal was. Liquid nitrogen is missing. Yeah, well, I think that was all that I wanted to talk about. Basically, 4070 is the best. It's the best 40 series card that's launched yet in terms of what you're actually getting. But it's not like a home run win. It's not like a you must buy it. It's so amazing. It's good. But it's not like it's not great. I'll put it that way. It's like if I had to review it on a scale of like 1 to 10, it's like a 7 out of 10. No, I'll say a 7.5 out of 10 probably. Somewhere around there. That sounds about right for a 4070. It's energy efficient. It has the latest generation RT cores from NVIDIA. It's small. So you don't have to worry about changing. You don't have to buy a new computer case. You don't have to buy a new power supply. Although, if you're buying the Founders Edition and some of the AIBs, they ship that dorky connector on there. So you have to still use the adapter. So that's kind of annoying because I don't think they'd really need to do that. It probably would have scored higher in my mind if it used a standard 8-pin. But anyway. Drawbacks are it's only 12 gigabytes of RAM, even though the PCB can support 16. 192-bit bus means that as you go higher in resolution and games get more complex as time goes by, it will become a weaker card relative to its peers. So, I mean, that's really the main reason why I think this card's like a 7 out of 10 in terms of the scoring. But hey, if you're on something super old, like a 2070 or a 10 series, or a 900 series, or an old AMD card like GCN, like something like Vega or older, like 480. I mean, yeah, 480, RX 480. I mean, let alone a GTX 480. RX 480 to this would be a massive upgrade. And you're not really changing anything. You don't need to change anything in terms of like power supply and computer case. So in that regard, you know, the 4070 is kind of a win. More so than the other NVIDIA cards, but the thing is, it's still a 70 series card, and you're having to pay like $600 or more, depending on where you are, depending on if you can get an AIB that's at MSRP. So it's kind of like, that kind of hurts it. That's kind of my thoughts on it, even though I never got a review sample or anything. But just reading reviews and just comparing it with, you know, previous NVIDIA cards and the existing AMD cards and what we know to be the rumored new AMD cards. They'll probably be in the similar price bracket. You know, those are probably going to come out in June if I had to guess. We're probably going to start seeing rumors now that we've gotten information on that. Where is it? The Radeon Pro. Now that we've seen this out in the wild, like this tells me that at some point soon we're going to start seeing leaks and info on the consumer variant of the 7800 XT. And I think if you're considering the 4070, it's not going to be that much longer to wait for a 7800 XT. Probably, you know, like June, end of May, somewhere around there. So, you know, about another month and a half to wait. So basically the same amount of time that we had to wait from like the 7950X3D all the way to the 7800X3D. So I'd probably just wait and see how this thing pans out. There's also a direct die block from them that has the gasket on around it. I'll just have to look it up later. 4050 versus 7500 XT battle will be legendary. Probably. That'll probably be the only one that most people can not think too much about and actually afford. Maybe AMD will step up their game now. I mean, I feel like they've been doing that, but it falls on deaf ears most of the time. It's the EK Waterblock Quantum X Delta Ambient Cooling. That's a mouthful. This thing. Sub-ambient temperature cooling. Full power, full control. What is this? Intel Cryo. It's for the 10th and 11th gen Intel. Hey, it's for Rocket Lake. Rocket Lake finally got something that it can actually benefit from. So Z490 and Z590. How it works. Okay. Yeah, I can't remember when... Oh, wasn't it like X299? I think it was X299 when Intel did the whole chiller thing. Skylake X. I think that was when they did the chiller. And so I guess EK was like, hey, why don't we try making something... Because obviously they worked with Intel to develop this. They might need to work with Intel again for something like this. We'll see. I'm thinking more like the server, like the enterprise world, not so much consumer, but yeah. Like for data centers, this could be useful. But the thing is, water in data centers, just... I don't know how that's going to fly. It's the EK water block, so when is the Adventures of Cole continuing? Oh, man, I don't know. I don't know if Cole is coming back. We're probably going to go to Hogwarts Legacy again. Because I don't know. How long is The Last of Us? Is The Last of Us a long game? Because I'm pretty sure I can probably finish The Last of Us well before I could finish Hogwarts Legacy. But I feel like I haven't played Hogwarts Legacy in so long that when I boot it up, I'll have to relearn the controls. Because it's been so long since I played that game, I won't remember the buttons. Most gamers don't even know AMD makes GPUs. I think they probably think that Ryzen is the name of the company. If you ask a PS5 or Xbox console owner, they think they have an NVIDIA GPU in the console. Seriously? Is that for real? Because I would think that the average person who has an Xbox or a PS5, they don't even know that they have a GPU in the console. They just think it's some like custom hardware. Like fully custom hardware made by Sony or Microsoft. Nothing to do with NVIDIA. So the head handles Sub-Zero? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It has to do something with it's got to be doing something kind of like phase change, but it's doing it on a very small scale. I don't know. It's got to be doing some kind of... If it's able to go sub-ambient, it has to be doing some kind of phase change. It's kind of like an air conditioning, but it's very, very small. Yeah, on a very small scale. So, like, for instance, if the room is 70... If the room is like... Oh, man, there's a lot of people in the chat that use Celsius. If the room is like 20 degrees Celsius, this thing will be doing like 18 Celsius, sub-ambient, something like that. Jabauer has a video on it. Oh, it works on 13900K? I thought it's only for 10th gen and 11th gen because they use LGA 1200. Oh, is this it? The new... This is the Jabauer video. Yeah, this is the Jabauer video.
There was some stuff.
Hold on, what is his...
And connections on the side, the blue one.
But he's doing this on a...
Is measuring the temperature.
10700?
Power supply. Airtight seal between your block and mainboard itself, and then
yeah, he's doing this on a 11900K or 10900K or something.
6, and if only 2 cores are active, it's boosting up to 5.8 single-threaded
see 10900K
performance, and it's running AVX, which means it's a little heavier than a normal single-threaded performance run. Let's say, for example, SuperPi or anything that's
in our lab. We'll still only have NVIDIA GPUs because GPU computing on CUDA works and Rockham doesn't. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing that AMD actually needs to do more on, in my opinion. In my opinion, it's not so much gaming. It's more so like on the commercial, on the enterprise side of the house. That's where I really want to see AMD step up their game. Because I don't really think, in terms of the gaming market, like, I really don't know what they can do to improve their market share. Because it's like I said earlier. It's like what MetPrism was saying. A lot of gamers don't even know AMD exists. So how do they change that, right? Like, that's something that they need to do. But I don't even know if that really matters. Because I kind of think AMD can just kind of like hang back and let NVIDIA sort of dictate the price point for the consumer market. Like, if people are okay, if people are totally fine spending $2,000 on a Strix RTX 4090, then so be it. Whatever. Let's go to $3,000 GPUs, guys. Let's go to $4,000. Let's let this become the standard price. Can you guys imagine? The 5090 MSRP $3,999 and the 5080 a whopping $2,499? Because if AMD just is like, okay, let's focus on enterprise and commercial. Let NVIDIA continue to do whatever they want to do in the consumer market, because you know that if left to their own devices, NVIDIA will continue to power creep the price of GPUs, and they'll be able to justify it saying, hey, if you're okay spending $2,000, $3,000 on a fancy camera for Photoshop and photography, for hobbyist photography, then you can spend $4,000 on our RTX 5090. You know, like, you should be able to do that. So let them keep doing that. Let them self-implode and, I guess, alienate the market, and that's all they have to do. So in my opinion, AMD doesn't need to really bother trying to change the narrative too much. Just focus on, like, the content creation piece. That's kind of where I feel like AMD needs to focus more of their efforts on. Let NVIDIA price the 5090 at $4,000 and see what happens. Because if there's enough people out there that are going to fork over $4,000 for a 5090 or a 6090, or whenever that price point becomes the norm in NVIDIA's mind, because guaranteed it's going to go there at some point without any kind of... There's really no checks and balances, guys. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, we need AMD to keep NVIDIA in check. Well, no, actually, we don't. We don't need AMD to keep NVIDIA in check. And as far as I'm concerned, and keep in mind, I'm somebody that has used both of their products. I have the 3090 Ti, I have the 3080 Ti, I have two 1080s. I literally have two GTX 1080s. All of my NVIDIA cards, except for my 970, are all Founders Edition cards. I have two 1080 blower-style Founders Editions. I had them in SLI for a number of years. I even have an old video on my channel showcasing that. And then I have, like, 3080 Ti, 3090 Ti, whatever. So 40 series for me is probably a complete skip. except maybe a 4090 Ti or a Titan, or maybe a 4080 Ti. But as far as I'm concerned, who cares? Let NVIDIA do whatever they want, because anytime AMD tries to be price competitive, nobody cares. Literally nobody cares. AMD priced the XTX at $1,000, which is the exact same MSRP as the 6900 XT from the previous generation. They did not hike the price. But guess what? Nobody cares. People still go and buy 4090. And they go and fork over $1,700 on some MSI Supreme, or $1,800 or $2,000 on a Strix, or they just buy the FE, and it's constantly sold out at Best Buy, I might add. So, you know, who cares? If everyone's fine paying $2,000 on a flagship GPU, you know, it's gonna be $2,000, then it's gonna become $2,400, $2,200, $2,500, $2,600, $3,000. It'll get there at some point. So they are busy keeping up with Epic, I think. Well, that's a different part of their business, though. But yeah, like, they do have to buy capacity for the CPU and the GPU side. So that's the other thing, too. I had an interesting conversation a few months ago, back during the 7900 XT launch. I had a conversation with one of the sales guys at Micro Center, and he was telling me that, and it's interesting to get the perspective from the retail market, because they get a lot of visibility into, like, supply and demand curves. So he was telling me that as far as it goes, when it comes to AMD product launches and NVIDIA product launches, usually the NVIDIA product launches have way more customers show up, but also not just that. NVIDIA sends them, or they're able to buy from NVIDIA much, much higher volume numbers than they could with AMD. So for example, if they wanted to place an order for, say, 200 4090s, 500 4070 Ti's, and maybe, you know, like 800 4070s, they could buy that bulk order from NVIDIA or from whoever, right? Like if we're talking MSI, ASUS, whoever, it doesn't matter. Any of the AIBs, whatever, any combination. The point is they can get that amount processed as an actual quoted order, an invoice order from the manufacturer. If they try to buy an AMD graphics card, now granted, this is Newegg or Micro Center or Best Buy, well, whoever, right? A retailer, not you or me, an actual retailer who resells these. So they can get quotes from the distributor for AMD graphics cards, but they can never get the same quantity. So, like, for example, if they wanted to buy 200 XTX cards and 200 4090s so they could sell all of them in their store, it's easier for them to get that deal to clear for 200 4090s than 200 XTXs, because AMD, if they're buying them from Power Color or Sapphire or whoever, the point is there's less supply. So there's less AMD Radeon cards to begin with, to even buy to resell in the retail market. So that already tells you that even if like all of a sudden overnight, everybody hated NVIDIA and they all wanted to buy AMD Radeon, it would never actually happen, because it's not feasible, because AMD would not be able to address the demand. If the demand for NVIDIA's cards was as strong as it is on AMD, we'd be left with much, much cheaper NVIDIA cards. And if the demand for AMD cards was as great as it is for NVIDIA cards, the AMD cards would be way more expensive than they are, and they would always be constantly out of stock, because like they'd just be bought up by bots and scalpers the whole time. It would basically be 2021 all over again, but it would just be Radeon cards. So this is the reason why it's like, as far as I'm concerned, Because I read all this stuff sometimes where people are ranting about NVIDIA is like highway robbery and we have to pay so much money to buy a graphics card. Well, first of all, they're not going to consider the AMD card. And second of all, that's assuming they know AMD exists, right? Going back to what Matt Prism was saying, they might not even know AMD exists. So ignoring that, like in most people's mind, NVIDIA is the only game in town, and because of that, you know, like that's just the reality. And eventually, those GPUs, $2,000 is going to become the new like target point that NVIDIA and their shareholders want to push for like the 5090 when it comes out next year. So that's where we're going. And then that just means that the enterprise side of the house, like for example, these professional cards, are going to get even more expensive. So it's just bad. And I don't even know how we got here. Like that's the thing that I've been trying to understand. Like how did NVIDIA basically run away with the GPU market, essentially? We're going to have to lease a GPU in the future. Well, the way I see it, NVIDIA wants to sell you graphics cards for the price of like super high-end 4K cameras. That's what I've always thought. For several years now, I've assumed in my mind that NVIDIA is trying to treat the price of graphics cards like the price of professional cameras. And I think they're moving in that direction. In fact, they really are moving in that direction. And there's no stopping them. And no amount of complaining from gamers who are just going to buy GeForce anyway is going to make a dent in that at all. So COVID had nothing to do with it because, no, like, we're not even in that. Like, that's not even a thing right now, and yet look at the price of the 4090. Look at the price of the 4090 and look at the price of the 4090 versus the 3090, but then also look, okay, if you're talking like the COVID stuff, that doesn't even matter because the COVID stuff, look at the MSRP of the 3090 Ti when it launched. That is an example of like taking advantage of supply issues by NVIDIA. That is straight up taking advantage. But that is what they want, though. They want to charge $19.99 for their flagship GPU, just like they did with the 3090 Ti. That's exactly what they want. That's what their shareholders want. That's what their CEO wants. That's what anyone who's like Team NVIDIA internally, that's what they want. All their employees want that. It has to do with marketing and features of each GPU that allows NVIDIA to sell their GPUs for more money than AMD. NVIDIA makes software to sell hardware. NVIDIA makes software to sell hardware. Okay, what do you mean by that? Yes, lack of parts and labor at that time 3 years ago couldn't even get. 3 years ago was 2020, so no, that you mean 2 years ago. But I get what you're saying. The issue starts at TSMC. They start asking more and more for each new generation. I don't agree with that. I don't think it's TSMC. Yeah, they hiked the price, but the thing is, like, if you look at the price of the Ryzen CPUs, which are made by TSMC, they're not really different from, like, Zen 4. Zen 4's CPU pricing is basically the same as Zen 3. You see what I'm saying? So, like, AMD has not actually increased the price. What made AM5 expensive at launch was DDR5, which had nothing to do with TSMC, and the motherboards, which also had nothing to do with TSMC. And now that issue is no longer a thing. So they just continue those prices after that. Well, so here's the thing. 3080's MSRP, we already talked about this. Oh, did I delete it? No, I didn't delete it. It's still there. Look at this, guys. 3080. 3080 was $699 MSRP. Now, I know that you could never buy it at that price. But, logically speaking, we're looking at a $500 increase for the quote-unquote most desired SKU. Historically speaking, this is the most desired SKU. What do I mean by that? What is the one that has the halo effect on people's minds? Remember? GTX 480, GTX 580, GTX 680, GTX 780, GTX 980, GTX 1080, RT combo breaker, GTX 2080, RTX 3080. That is what I mean by the most desired SKU. I'm not talking about the most expensive SKU, because that was the Titan. Then there was the TI variants. So it all kind of got out of hand when they changed the name to the 90. This is when things got crazy. Because for some reason, I don't know who decided this, but well, anyway, like the whole point is, what I'm saying is, this simple change, this simple branding change, changing the name from Titan to 3090, flipped the script. And now, for some reason, like the psychology, because you guys remember, nobody cared about this thing. Nobody cared about this thing. Back then, even though that was the best Turing card, this was the one that everybody would, like, talk about. You see what I'm saying? And everybody knows that this was the legendary card that everybody talks about. No one was talking about Titan, XP, Big P, Titan, Little P, you know what I'm saying? Or, you know what I'm talking about? Like, no one was talking about these things. People largely ignored these things. They ignored this stuff. Only content creators and professionals, prosumers, actually considered Titans. And that is actually what the 3090 is supposed to be. People who are buying the 4090 just to play games, they're doing it wrong. They're seriously doing it wrong. They have fallen into the narrative that this is a gaming-oriented card. Because you could easily have done the same thing with the RTX Titan. Someone could have bought the RTX Titan and they could have played games with it. And it had 24 gigabytes of VRAM. We can say that budget PC gaming is dead considering the poor state of game releases. The budget PC is around $1,200 now. Yeah, I'd say that's about right. I mean, we did that exercise, remember? On one of the previous streams, I did a PC part picker, and we really had to go to around $1,200 to get a decent system. And that was not even with anything close to a 4090. So this is the problem. Like this simple change, man, this is going to become like a Harvard Business Review, like business MBA study, case study. Like a simple marketing change from calling something the Titan RTX, which was largely not associated with gaming, and renaming it and rebranding it as an 8K gaming graphics card, actually made it desirable by the general PC gaming audience. And now it is like the standard Halo product. Now, no longer do people desire the 80 series card. They all think of this thing now, the 90 series card. It used to be that people desired the 80 series and they ignored the 90 series product, or the 90 class product. You guys get what I'm saying? So basically, it's like, okay, the fact that AMD is kind of like invisible the average, like to 2/3 of the gaming market typically, just kind of like continues to fuel this narrative and continues to drive these prices up over time. $4080 Ti is probably going to be in August, Nisco. It's probably going to be like August time frame, if I had to guess. Like late summer. But you guys see what I'm saying? So this is the reason why, like, I don't really care, right? Like everyone thinks that it's up to AMD or Intel for whatever reason. Like, people keep thinking that Intel's going to somehow save the GPU market. No, I don't think so. Not in the next like 5 years. So this is the problem. So like, get used to like $2,000 becoming the next normal. Like 5090. 5090 is probably gonna be a $2,000 graphics card. Rumors already saying RTX 5000 will be 2x. Maybe skip the whole 4. Basically, anyone who's on 30 series should skip 4000 series. Like, that's what I said earlier, though. Well, I don't know what you mean by 2x, but the thing is, like, $2,000 for the flagship can be a standard, can be a norm. So, and realistically, that will not even be like a thing that Nvidia considers, like the objective. Like they're going to try to push it above that. Like they want to sell, the 90 SKU for more than $2,000. More like 2,500 is probably their target in the next generation or two. So, like, for example, like what I can say is, I mean, this is all an estimate, but this thing will probably be that or close to it. And then this will be probably like $2,300 or $2,299 or something like that, or something stupid. Like, expect these sort of numbers with the next generation, potentially. You know what I'm saying? And if people are gonna just buy into that, then everyone else suffers, because the problem is there's ripple effects from doing something like this, and this will cause the lower end SKUs to all kind of creep up, like Undertow or something. You know what I'm saying? You would what? Let's give the game studios even more reason to not optimize their games anymore. Because the way I see this fixing itself has nothing to do with AMD. The way I see this fixing itself is just general lack of demand. Just general lack of demand, and supply stays high, demand goes way low. That's the only way that you're going to fix these prices. Because Nvidia has a lot of margin. There's a lot of margin built into these prices. Even the 4070. The 4070, they're making a lot of money on the 4070. So it's like, there's a ton of profit margin on these flagship SKUs. This 4080 and 4090. So I think that's basically where I'll end that. I mean, we somehow got into this mess, and I don't really know how it's. You can see that things have slowed down, right? Like, look at the timeline. Look at the difference between releases. Now, granted, this was a refresh of this. This was big Kepler, because this was like normal Kepler. So so these are technically like 2 year. From here to here is a new generation. From here to here is a new generation. So, okay, maybe they didn't actually change, because that's 2 years. That's 2 years. You know, that's 2 years. So never mind. I guess I was wrong. They're about 2 years out each generation. So next year is 50 series. AMD should not try to play top dog, but just go back to the way when they make the solid mid-range GPUs. No, I don't agree with that. I'm not saying that AMD shouldn't not make high-end GPUs or attempt to make flagship GPUs. I think AMD should still definitely attempt to compete for the top spot in terms of rasterization, energy efficiency, whatever, upscaling technology, FSR3, whenever that shows up. I'm not saying that they shouldn't compete with that or attempt to like be the best at that. What I'm saying is they can do that and no one cares. Like literally, they can win tomorrow. They can win next year. RDNA 4 can like hands down win against RTX 50 series and nobody cares. Because when AMD won, nobody cared. Case in point, 7970, guys. 7970, when it came out, fastest GPU ever. Nothing NVIDIA had could touch it. Then NVIDIA countered with 680. Then AMD countered with 7970 gigahertz edition and took back the top spot. And it wasn't until NVIDIA launched 780 that 780 put them back in the top spot. But that was like a good while. So AMD was basically king for like all of the from the second half of 2012 to the first to like Q2 of 2013. So literally almost 10 years ago to the day, AMD was the fastest. NVIDIA launched Titan in 2013, the very first Titan, and they took the top spot with the Titan. And then the 780, but it was really the Titan. So when AMD was winning, they were selling quite a lot. Like the old 7000 series AMD cards were probably some of their most successful graphics cards that they ever sold. Those along with the old 5000 series from like 2009 was when AMD was at their best. But even when they were at their best, they were still like not the majority market. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier. AMD cannot beat NVIDIA in terms of flooding the market with copious amounts of graphics cards. They just don't have it. This goes back to what I was telling you guys about the retail. Like people at Newegg, when they procure orders from NVIDIA branded GPU suppliers and then AMD Radeon ones, they can get way more quantity of GeForce cards just to sell, just to list on the site. They can't do that with the AMD cards. They get more limited stock. So it's kind of like a lose-lose scenario. Like AMD can't win against NVIDIA on quantity of GPUs that they can supply to the market. And they're also already not like winning in terms of brand recognition. So it's like, how do you come back from that scenario? You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people think, oh, AMD's losing because no one knows who they are, or NVIDIA's just upselling people on software. Like, okay. Usually AMD has an equivalent software feature, just people aren't aware of that. So even when AMD's in the lead, no one cares. Like, they were also in the lead with the 290X until the 780 Ti came out. But again, nobody cared. So... And then, like, technically, when the 6800 XT launched, it was actually faster than the 3080 for a while in rasterization, but nobody really cared, and then 3090 showed up. So it's like, yeah, whatever, right? Like, it's kind of a pointless thing to be doing. What I think AMD should do is just do what NVIDIA does. NVIDIA doesn't even really look at AMD. AMD should be aware of what NVIDIA can do, but they should just focus on making their own stuff as good as they can. And they should optimize their GPUs for the software applications that people use for productivity. Because has anybody forgotten about Apple? Like, do people not realize that Apple desktops use Radeon graphics? They only use Radeon graphics. And last I checked, Apple software is rock solid. And Final Cut Pro X performs very, very well. Oh, and newsflash, it uses Radeon GPUs for its rendering. So You know, I don't really get it. Like, it's not like AMD stuff is bad. I mean, look at all the Apple stuff. It goes back to what MetPrism was saying about the consoles. Like, some console gamer, they probably don't even know that AMD's in that hardware. Same case, some Apple Mac professional user has no idea that they're using dual Radeons in their iMac Pro. You know, same thing. So, I just think they just need to focus on what they do best and just keep on improving that. And forget about, like, all this other stuff. I think as long as they improve marketing, do things correctly in terms of software optimization, just do their thing and let the market implode naturally from all the price hikes. That's all they got to do. That's what I would do. The XTX is a lot less power efficient. It's not that much more power efficient. I mean, it's not that less power efficient than it, though. So look, the 7900 XTX uses power between a 4080 and a 4090 at stock. You know, so, and look, we're talking about dual 8-pin. That thing has a dual 8-pin. So it's like 350 watt. 4080 is also equivalent. Well, 4080 is technically triple 8-pin for whatever reason. So technically that's a 450 watt TDP card. So that's, no, yeah, that's 450. Yeah. So technically it's 3 8-pin. So that's 450 watt. But I know it doesn't use that much power. But the point is, it's not that much more inefficient. And the thing is, like, the gap between the XTX and the 4090 is like 20% at 4K. Right? And that's where the 4090 shows its best. That's its best showing against the XTX. Because if you go down in resolution, if you compare an XTX to a 4090 at 1080p, they're much closer to each other because you're hitting CPU bottleneck. So you guys get what I'm saying? Like, this whole idea of it being less efficient, it's actually not that much less efficient than the NVIDIA cards. Like, AMD's power consumption isn't even really that different from their previous generation in terms of, like, the amount of performance increase that you get. That is how AMD that is how AMD landed at TSMC, because when Apple dropped NVIDIA, AMD was their best friend forever. That's not how AMD got to TSMC. AMD Radeon was, like, ATI was using TSMC like way back, and nothing to do with Apple. What makes it worse is that AMD was touting that they were the efficiency king, and NVIDIA still won in that category. I have all seen of XTX draw. Yeah, but that's not how it draws at stock, though. Like, that's not the stock number. My XTX is not pulling 470 watts. So anyway, like, man, I didn't expect to go this far over time. But anyway, what I will say is, like, don't expect AMD to be the one that saves, like, the GPU, the PC gaming market, because I don't really think that that's their role in all of this. It's just gonna get more out of control. That's all that's gonna happen. The only time we ever saw price regression was the 900 series, and I'm not even sure why there was price regression. I never really figured that out. I don't know if that was just an attempt by NVIDIA to just kind of buy up market share, because that they effectively did a lot of that during the 900 series. So maybe that was the goal, was just buy up market share. And then once they did it, then they start doing this power creep with the pricing. So, but anyway, the only people that would know that is the board members. So yeah, don't be surprised if next generation there's a... Well, see, like, okay, if there's a 4090 Ti, I guess we need to end the stream, but if there's a 4090 Ti, if and when that shows up, that'll probably be like a $2,000 card, just like the 3090 Ti was with its MSRP. So... Yeah, it sounds kind of depressing, but you know, like it's almost kind of mind-boggling how we got here. And Nvidia is a mastermind at playing the whole market and actually pulling this off because they've somehow managed to succeed. And I really don't see the narrative changing with the next generation and the one after that even. So basically, 2024 we're getting 50 series, and whatever AMD's thing is RDNA 4, nothing's gonna change. And then 2026 will be 60 series. I don't see anything changing. Low-end users are off to consoles then? I mean, I don't know, right? Like, consoles typically have a 7-year lifespan, maybe. Yeah, well, no, not really, because consoles won't show up until, like, 60 series at the earliest. So, unless there's, like, a PS5 Pro or something. But anyway, that's probably going to be it for this stream. Really interesting stream, though, overall. I didn't really think too much about this. I mean, I always knew this was a thing, like with the price creep. It's a reality now that people just have to accept. Cloud gaming, yeah, whatever. I mean, maybe that could actually change things, but cloud gaming, realistically, cloud gaming is like 5 years from now, before that starts becoming the standard. Cloud gaming could be the way, though. Cloud gaming could actually be the way out. But then everything will just become subscription based again, right? Like then there'll be the rise of like the whole like MMO business model all over again, but it'll all be for like GeForce Now and whatever the Google Stadia replacement will be, if that ever becomes a thing again. Or Amazon might start doing cloud gaming offerings and stuff like that. So, you know, things like that might happen. Maybe Twitch might start doing that, because Twitch is owned by Amazon, and Amazon has all the data centers, so Amazon could technically host all the games in the servers. What could really change things? So, here's I guess this will be the last thing, and I really have to end the stream. But the last thing I'll say is, if we think about how the gaming industry will look 10 years from now, realistically, guys, cloud gaming could actually become a thing. Like, it sounds crazy right now, but today we're limited primarily by internet speed and internet infrastructure. And then, of course, like the data center infrastructure. But if you eliminate that, if you have internet, like if you have 2 gigabit internet speed, I think that's all you really need for like low latency gaming. And then if you have the data centers with all the GPUs and the caching servers, etc., if you have all that, the content delivery network, if it's all there, just like with Netflix and Hulu and Disney Plus and the way the streaming video services work today, if you can have all the gaming hosted servers in the same kind of proximity, you could achieve cloud gaming at scale. And then all the Steam games in your Steam library would exist on your account in the cloud, and you literally just log in and just run your game out of the cloud. It sounds crazy, but 10 years from now, that might actually be where we're going. So we might get to an era of, you know, like $4,000 for a 7090 or whatever from NVIDIA. And then like after that, people start offering cloud gaming, and then it looks far more attractive than, you know, paying $1,200 for a 7060 or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So it sounds like it's crazy, but, you know, 10 years from now, cloud gaming could actually be the future. So we might do another thing about that in another stream in the future. So I have to keep that in mind. So anyway, guys, once again, thank you all for viewing. Hopefully this was insightful in some way. It did sound kind of ranty, but I kind of think this is the reality, and I think a lot of people need to accept that. So with that said, thanks for watching, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Thanks.